to your business. Zach Cole.
This is Kramer. We have a very big group here. Welcome to the Social Selling Show. Coming right now.
That's awesome.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to DSA's Social Media Day. I am Scott Kramer, the Chief Brand and CEO at Multibrain. We are powering this event for you today, and we are so excited to be with you and to have you join us for some amazing, amazing training and the latest and greatest on social media. This is the first time that we're actually now bringing this event and this training to the sales force, to you, the ones in the field, the ones who want it the most. And we're so thrilled to be able to do that. It would not be possible if it weren't for the partnership and what we're doing on behalf of the Direct Selling Association. So first and foremost, I would like to bring up Joe Mariano, president of the Direct Selling Association, and Melissa Brunton from the DSA. Hi, Joe.
Hey,
Melissa.
Scott. Hey, Melissa.
Hi, good morning, everybody. Happy Monday.
Hello, everybody. Hello, Scott. How are you?
Doing great. We're so excited for today. We got an amazing event lined up here.
Yeah. Well, we're excited too for any number of reasons. It's just so great to be able to speak to everybody and help them in their businesses, because that's what the Direct Selling Association is all about. Hey, I've got a pop quiz for both of you, and you should both know the answer. But if you don't, it's okay. When was the Direct Selling Association founded?
Oof.
I know the answer.
I don't.
You, Scott?
I don't.
1910.
1910. That's right. So we've been around over 110 years, going on 113 now, right? And so it's really quite something. And the entire time that we've been around as an association, now I'm sitting in Washington, D.C., where our offices are. Our goal, our mission has been quite simple. Melissa, I won't quiz you on this one because I know you know it too, as our senior vice president. But our goal, and I'm going to read it just to make sure I get it exactly correct, is to protect, serve, and promote the effectiveness of our member companies and the independent business people they represent, so many of whom are on this call today and will be listening in one form or fashion and learning. The second part of the mission, by the way, equally important, is to ensure that our member companies practice the highest level of business ethics and service to consumers. So what could be a higher calling than that for us to serve all of you who are participating? And Scott, I know all the work that you, our partners at Multibrain, and the association, our association member executives have put in developing our social media guidelines and our social media approaches and the things that can help all of our independent business people do the job that they need to do and serve their customers, right?
Absolutely. I think the concept, we started working together last year on this idea of kind of a best practices, a guidelines. And I remember, Melissa, we put together the communications committee and even a subcommittee of that. And the concept was, let's tell them what they can do, not what they can't. And I think we went in with that approach. We've come up with something great. And I think it's going to be the first thing we're going to share.
Yeah. Can I correct you if you don't mind?
Please.
Because it's really not a matter of us telling people what they can or can't do. It's us all working together to say what we can do, right, as an industry and as individual salespeople as well. So I'm looking forward to today with great enthusiasm. Melissa, thanks so much for working with Scott and putting this all together. I know you've done a lot of work on it.
Well, we are just thrilled. Thank you all. And let's get right into the content, right?
Yeah.
Let's do it. Thank you both so much. Thank you for this opportunity. Let's get started. I mean, we might as well, let's keep this focused. I'm going to start with some things. I'm going to start and share a little bit from the DSA social media guidelines and best practices. So that said, I'm going to come over here and share my screen with you. And what we did is we put together a nice top 10 list for you. So let's take a look here. There we go. So these are the top 10 best practices, things that we feel you should incorporate into your social media as just a concept of a way where we can all come together and agree that these are best practices. Number one is share only photos and videos that you've taken or have the right to share. This is something that's really interesting. You have to be careful with, because did you know that if you share images from Google or where you found them, that they could carry alongside them? Somebody may have reported that as spam or reported that as they don't have the right. So if you share that, you have the potential of actually carrying that spam over, carrying that negativity of that image over. So be careful to always use ones that you know you have the rights to use or ones that you've taken. All right. So that's number one of the DSA social media guidelines and best practices. Number two, foster meaningful and genuine interactions. You know, you have to understand, even though we're living in a virtual world and this idea that you can spread your message out to so many people, there are real people at the other end. So the idea is you do want to respect them, bring value, and build meaningful relationships, which you can do online. Number three, think twice before posting. Privacy doesn't exist in the world of social media. I know we all know that. Posts can be discovered years after they're created. Comments and private messages can be recorded or copied through screenshots and shared later. You have to understand, I think I said this years ago. I said, transparency is the new privacy, right? So you've got to remember, think twice. Everything you put out there is public, all right? So just be thoughtful about what you post. Number four, always add value. People produce a lot of spam. Make sure your post value by providing helpful and thought-provoking content. Engage with your followers and cite from others' content that helps build on the conversation. One of my quotes that I use all the time is, the number one currency of social media is conversations. That's the idea of social media. So add value and produce content that generates conversations and engagement. Number five, always be honest about the products or services you're selling and your successes, creating a trusting relationship with your audience. Remember, people buy from people. It's at the core of direct selling. It's at the core of your success. People are buying from you. You want to build that trust. Number six, be respectful. Once you post something, you're inviting a discussion. This can encourage both positive and negative comments. Use tact in your responses, carefully considering how they will reflect on you and the company you're representing. All right. You've got to remember that you are opening the door, especially those of you who do Facebook groups. Facebook groups and all social media is designed to be collaborative. It's what's called many to many. Everybody's got a voice in social media. So be respectful of that and understand that you may get positive, you may get negative, and you don't want to incite any kind of arguments or things like that. You want to respect the opinions and be able to bring together what you are trying to sell, trying to build the relationship, etc. So be respectful is the key there. Number seven, be mindful of copyright, trademarks, rights of publicity, and other third-party rights. Again, be careful using other people's content and things like that without crediting. Again, that's just another area to be respectful. Number eight, don't create accounts. I've seen some of you do this. Don't create accounts that impersonate or misrepresent an affiliation or any person or organization. Now, Meta, who owns Facebook and Instagram and Messenger, has really started to crack down on fake profiles. So if you've set up multiple personal profiles, you could find yourself in hot water and one of them being removed. You should always have one personal profile. And then from there, you can create business pages, you can create groups, Instagram professional accounts, things like that. But one account that you log into, if you have multiple, I'd be very, very careful about that because we have been seeing them get removed. All right, so don't create fake accounts. Number nine, don't share links to websites that are unsafe, deceptive, untrustworthy, unoriginal, or that facilitate or encourage spam. Websites should have original content that adds unique value to others. So this one's important. Be careful with websites that you share. Make sure that you're always sharing to your personal replicated site or to your company's site. Be careful with what you're sharing on that. I might as well bring up right here. I'll bring it up in a quick second. Number 10, be aware of company policies, your own company policies and your procedures, and be sure you adhere to them and align with the brand. All right. You definitely want to build your own personal business, but you want to align with the brand, its attributes, and the core values. So be sure that you understand your own company's policies. So that's just an easy, fun little top 10 list there. I wanted to bring up also, let's see if I can just move my screen to full screen. Rodney, I'm done there. Perfect. I wanted to bring up also something that this is very newsworthy, very relevant right now, is there is a lot of hacking going on out there. I want you to be very careful. If you get a community violation, community standards, anything like that, it's going to show up inside of Facebook, inside of Instagram. If you get an email, if you get a text message, if you get something saying you need to click a link and fix this or we're going to remove your page, there's a good chance that could be a hacker and that could be spam. And it's going around big time right now. In fact, the latest target is on checkmarked blue star meta verified pages. There's some hacking going on there. So I just want to make you conscious of that, to be very careful right now. It's there's a lot of hacking going on. The easiest way to tell is you can tell by the URL. First of all, Meta is not going to be asking you to click links. It's all going to happen within your social network. So be very careful there. All right. So that said, I'm going to move on now to sharing some thoughts about what I like to call the content game. All right, let's talk about content. How many of you are feeling more and more confused, more and more challenged with all the different types of content out there? And what should I be posting every day? And what should I be doing? And what is the best content? Well, there's so much to this. I wanted to show you 3 graphics just to kind of get your footing. And I'm going to keep the graphics up here so that you can really look at them while I talk about each. What I want to do is I want to step back and not talk about should I post reels, stories, posts, videos, lives. I'll get to that a little bit later in the day with some quick tips. And I know our speakers who are coming up are also going to address that as well. I want to talk to you about what I call the buyer's journey. All right. Now, as I walk through each of this with you, I want you to think of it not only with what I'm showing you right here, but I also want you to think of your own behavior. How do you use social media? How do you search for new products? How do you become attached or connected to a brand? How do you do things? Because chances are you're doing exactly what I'm going to show you here. So one of the best ways to grasp this is just to remember, what are your behaviors? How are you consuming content? How are you reacting to groups and communities and participating? And that's the way you're going to want to behave when you're building your business. So let's talk about what I call the buyer's journey, and then I'll break it down. All right. So the buyer's journey, the first thing is you research and discover. Research and discovery. Now look, I put search in blue because do you realize social media is now surpassing search for the way people look for new products, all right, especially Gen Z, but it's actually proving more and more valuable. People are looking for goods and services on social. They're researching on social. They want to get to know the brand. So that's amazing for us in direct selling because people buy from people. I'll say that a few more times, I'm sure, today. But research and discovery is the first step to buying a product. I want to go learn about it. Now, with social media, the interesting thing is step number 2 is I want to connect and engage with it. So if I'm interested in buying a new product, I'm going to look for it. I'm going to see what they say about it. I'm going to look at the competition. I'm going to research, right? And then when I'm kind of getting more interested in it, I'm going to connect and engage. I'm going to ask questions. Another beautiful, beautiful benefit of the buyer's journey with us because we want to connect with people. So that's step number 2 in the buyer's journey. Step number 3 is inquire and buy, the action step. All right. And you think, I did it. I sold some products using social media. Somebody found me. They engaged. They connected with my page. They connected with my account. They asked a few questions and they bought the product. Yay me. You're only halfway there. The real power of social media happens in the back half over here. All right. So somebody's now bought, they've inquired, they've purchased. What do you do from there? Now comes the service and satisfaction. Okay. Now is where you really have the opportunity to build the relationship with this person. Hey, I noticed you bought this product. I just wanted to check in with you. What do you think about it? Do you like it? Can I answer any questions for you? This, in fact, right here, service and satisfaction is what gives you the upper benefit, the upper hand here when it comes to Amazon, any of these other places where I can buy, because now you can personally service your friend down the street with exactly the questions, the answers, the solutions, the upsell, the complementary products. You get to really build a relationship around their purchase. I call it service and satisfaction. Joining your VIP group, getting recipes or quick tips or how-tos or makeovers or any slew of things, how you connect with somebody. Doesn't have to be specifically to the product, but the overall connection. How do you service and get them satisfied? Because the real power of social media is in the advocate and share, is in the what I call the friends of friends effect. All right. So if you get a customer who is now a friend because you've serviced them, you're building a relationship, all of a sudden they're going to share with their friends how amazing you are and how amazing the products are and how they should connect with you. This, my friends, is social media. I call it the friends of friends effect. All right. So you don't think about just the people you know. You got to think about the people they know. And if you treat them right, they're going to open the door to your friends. All right. To their friends. Sorry. The friends of friends effect. This is, my friends, the buyer's journey. Now I'm going to take this down. Now I also have, by the way, I should have mentioned this at the beginning. There is a workbook for the entire day here for Social Media Day. You should see it right here at the bottom of the screen. You can download this, and we've created this book that you can print it out and you can take notes. You can, I like for in my section, I have these images in there where you can take these notes. And you also get ways to connect with the speakers, learn more. We've got some gifts and some great value adds in there, some freebies, some things for you. So all in the workbook. Make sure you download it at some point today. We will have some breaks so you can do that. Let me go one more step now. I want to simplify this buyer's journey for you because you're probably asking, Scott, what does this have to do with content and the content game? Well, what it has to do with it is, let's think about this business as a funnel. This is the idea of a funnel. You've got the general mass here. You want to funnel down to a customer, right? So I'm going to simplify what I just showed you and talk about the 3 steps of types of content you should use in each of the phases of the buyer's journey. Awareness is the top of the funnel. How do you get more people to know who you are and what you do? All right, so I've got some notes over here. If you see me looking over to my right, awareness types of content would be brand awareness, general information about you, your personal brand, your passions, why you're doing what you're doing, and the company you're representing. All right, don't go in for the kill right away. Remember, first, all you're trying to do is establish a connection. All right, you want to build a relationship. Your goal with the awareness phase is get to the connection, not the sale, just the connection. So your content should be more about general relevance, cross-platform content, video intros to who you are and what you're doing, interview with friends, your passions. I love tennis. I may connect with you because you love tennis. Has nothing to do with the product I'm selling or the business I'm representing. It's a way for me to connect with you. All right. So we look for the connection points through our passions, through our general relevance, our community, and our business category. All right. Not the specific product. You want to go in for the I am an expert or I have a passion for this industry. and for what I'm doing. I also live in this community and I want to share my favorite things about this community. So this is the softer side of your business. This is the way to generate connections. We call that the awareness stage. It's at the very top of your funnel. I like to bring friends in, other influencers, people from the community, guest posts, anything where you can get friends of friends and build a community. That's what you're trying to do at this phase, which I call the awareness. Okay. The second one is, let's see here, consideration. So now the next phase of the funnel is consideration. I connected with you and gosh darn it, you're kind of funny. I enjoy this and I joined your community and I really like what you're saying. And I too love tennis and I think it's great. And you know what? I'm considering looking at your product or joining your team. Can you tell me some more information about it? This phase is really important. The content you create around this phase is how to keep in touch, how to build our relationship, how to connect and kind of kick the tires. You want to try a demo? Do you want me to send you a sample? How can I get you to just maybe consider this product or this opportunity? This is the long game. Again, this is about the longer term connection. This is hey, thanks for liking my page or thanks for connecting with me on Instagram or on TikTok, wherever you're working your business. Thanks for the connection. How can we take it to the next level? How can we have a conversation? How can we maybe take this one-on-one? This might be I may want to look at a product demo. I may want to do a live. I may want to do a webinar, or I may want to show the benefits of the product. Again, I'm not going in for the sell here. All I'm doing is talking about the benefits. I'm trying to get them to consider this opportunity, consider this option to buy, join my team, whatever the action is. We're at the consideration stage. So you want to look at this part as, how do I build the relationship and get them to want to learn more? I think the ultimate goal here, honestly, what I feel is how can I have a one-on-one conversation with you? How can we go into Messenger and maybe chat a little bit? Or how can we do a live together? Or, how can I take this relationship to the next level? So think about that with your content as well, okay? And then the third step in this very, very simplified funnel here of the buyer's journey is the action. Great, here we go. We've built the trust. We've inspired them to act. We've had a conversation. We're turning these suspects into prospects. So now we really want to close the deal. We want to sell the product. We want to put sales content up. We want to put specials. We want to put opportunities for them to get free shipping or deals. Just be careful with the spammy commercially content, but this is where you want to show the value and what you can give to them. You want to service them. You want to tell your story, make it more personal, really attach the person. Again, what is it? People buy from people. So make sure the people is in with the sale. When you're buying this product, you're getting me. You're getting my guarantee. I'm going to be there to help you. I'm going to make sure you're doing good. I'm going to make sure the product arrives to you in good condition. I'm going to make sure that you're happy and satisfied. And if you have any issues, I'm going to be there for you. Put the personal into the product. So key in the action phase, because after that becomes like what I told you, the testimonials, the group, the community, the sharing, the customer stories, the sharing and advocating, the making your customers your best promotional vehicle, really, really driving home I'm going to spread this word because my experience was so good. That happens right here in the action phase. So there you have our 3-step funnel, but it's just not that easy. So I'm going to complicate things a little bit more for a second here, and I'm going to take you into one more. By the way, this is the full show: awareness, consideration, and action. Your content needs to be positioned against these. So every piece of content you want to post, ask yourself, who am I targeting? Am I trying to make somebody aware of my business? Am I trying to get somebody to consider it? Or am I trying to get them to take action? Not everybody just takes action. You got to get them up here in the awareness phase to connect with you first. Remember, just because you post a piece of content with a link and a 20% off and a free shipping and a price, first of all, if it doesn't get kicked out for being spammy, not everybody's ready to buy just because you posted it, say, hey, click here and buy. Social media is about building relationships. Social media is about connections. The currency of social media is conversations, awareness, consideration, action. That's the easy part of this. The new modern day funnel in reality, though, I just want to stress this a little bit more, is you have the awareness, the consideration, and action, but you also have this research loop. Again, after they consider, they want to go learn more, they want to research more, they want to dig in. Social media, you know how quick you can click around, but then they also want to go into the loyalty loop. So what is my post-action experience? The loyalty loop. That's where the friends of friends effect and the real power of social media is a satisfied customer sharing their story with their friends, not only about the product, but about you. Social media, direct selling, you. People buy from people. All right. So that's where I wanted to start off. I hope you guys enjoyed this. Again, it really is this idea of the overall buyer's journey and thinking about every phase when you do your content. All right. So I'll get in a little bit more into the content game throughout the day with some more mini little nuggets and share with you different ideas about creating different types of content for everyone, wherever they are in their journey. All right. So I hope you enjoyed that. That was our kickoff session here. What I'd like to do now is, I believe, let me pull up my agenda here. We're going to roll right into one of our main speakers here. Where we go. Yep. Okay. All right. So with that, what I'd like to do, I'm going to take this off my screen here. Hope you guys are enjoying this so far, and thanks for being with us. I'm going to introduce somebody who I think she is somebody who has really honestly transformed the way I do business. I'm not faking it here. I got to tell you, this is somebody that I consider and respect so much for what she has to say and the way she handles this topic and everything she does around digital persuasion. So Erin King is going to be our next speaker. She is a digital persuasion expert. She is the chief digital officer of Strikepoint Media. She's a best-selling author. She's, I would say, the world's leading digital persuasion expert, 2 times best-selling author, Success Magazine's top 10 must-see speakers in 2022. And I consider her a really good friend now. We've been around the block a couple of times. So without that, I'm going to cue the video and introduce to you Erin King.
Go.
Y'all having a good time out there.
Good morning, Social Media Day, Scott. Thank you so much for that incredible introduction. We are talking all things social media management today, my friends. What's kind of interesting, when we talk about social media management, what we're really talking about is time management. What we're really talking about is life management. This morning, I just heard a stat that said, there's a million stats, of course, about how much time we spend scrolling on these devices. But this morning, the stat said that if you add up all of our scroll time, we actually spend about 3 months a year on these devices, on social media. And so I just want to start off by saying that when we think about social media management, being time management, being life management, it's joy management. It is a vibe that we are managing and how we show up for ourselves and our business. So can we just start by saying that if this is live footage of, let me get the slides up here. If this is live footage also of, we have my AV guy, Hartman, my husband here, who's clicking frantically. Do we have slides up, babes? Okay.
Hold on 1 second.
Oh, okay. All right, he'll get them up in a second. Anyway, so it's Monday morning. It is 8:30 here. We are coming to you live from Laguna Beach, California. And it is the beginning of May. Summer is coming, the start of a week. Your to-do list is getting longer and longer. And yet here you are, showing up and investing your precious time in your personal and professional development, in learning about how you can better use social media to grow your business. And so I just want to start by saying, let's just go ahead and salute the show up. Let's salute the fact that you are here spending your precious time to grow your business and to catapult your success. So do me a favor, put down your pen, put down your phone for a minute, take your right hand, and I want you to take your hand and put it on your back. And I want you to just, I know it seems a little ridiculous, just play with me. Pat yourself on the back, and I want you to say, good job, me. Good job, me. Maybe take two hands, good job, me. Maybe it's more of a fun, dorky, good job, me celebration dance. All right, good. We have celebrated the time that we are investing in ourselves, which is fantastic. Okay, now today, we all know it can be very challenging on a virtual to not be distracted by all the other tabs we have open, not be distracted by our phones. I recently attended an event learning all about deep dive AI technology, and I found it was one of the world's best speakers. It was still hard not to look at my device. So here is what I'd love to challenge you to do. Because you've already invested your precious time in showing up for yourself today, I want you to commit to either taking your phone, putting it face down out of arm's reach, maybe tossing it across the room. Maybe I like to put mine in my desk drawer. And the point of that is not just so you stay focused on me and what I'm going to share with you this morning, but so you can create the space that you need to be able to listen to what comes up for you. Because we know in these trainings, it's not necessarily the stats or the graphs or the to-do or the all the things anxiety that social media trainings can certainly bring, but it's the space in between. It's listening for that aha moment, that insight, that moment for you where the speaker says that one key moment and it triggers that light bulb breakthrough. The one that you need to move forward after social media day and begin to take this entire experience from just a bunch of great ideas to real tangible implementation into your business and into your life. Is this working now? Okay, so this is us on a Monday. We're going to salute the show up. And before we dive in, finally, I just want to share that this is a time for you to really pay attention to not all the things anxiety, because oftentimes when we do social media trainings, I don't know about you, but there's so much great advice. There's so many experts, strategies, platforms. It can be sort of an all the things anxiety experience. And so for today, if in the past you've attended a training and maybe you learned incredible strategies, case study stories, but for some reason you found yourself walking away and nothing really changed. You still felt overwhelmed by social media. You still felt that your effort was not being matched by your results. And I'm here to tell you, it's not because the strategies you learned were not good. It's not because the experts that were teaching you were not fantastic. It's not because you were lazy. The reason that you probably have not seen the results that you would like to see when it comes to really elevating your social media success is probably because the framework that you learned was quite simply too complicated for your lifestyle. In reality, doing all the things is fantastic if you have a team of 5 people, but if you are one person, the key to really grabbing a gear and going to the next level with social media is making sure that what you are being taught is simple enough that it can realistically fit into your lifestyle. And so that is going to be our focus for today. Okay, game plan. I spent the last 2 weeks and I pulled my entire social media network and I said, if you are a network marketer, if you are a direct seller, please ping me with what is keeping you up at night when it comes to your social media marketing. And the questions flooded in. You can go to the slide, babe. The questions flooded in, but the questions that we got really were pretty much in 3 key buckets. We were talking about messaging. We had questions about mechanisms, tools, and platforms. And finally, we had a lot of questions about mindset. So we're going to go through those 3 key questions today and hopefully surface some of those aha moments that you need to take your business and your social media presence and your life to the next level. Social Media Day, friends. How's that sound? Good? Let me hear you cheer in your house if you're here for it. Awesome. In the meantime, too, if you want to jump on Instagram, Ashley from my team would be monitoring all of our DMs. If you have questions that you'd like to ask me, you can go on Instagram, mrs.erin.king. Ask your question. Our team is going to be watching. I have my computer here pulled up as well, so we'll be looking for questions, and I think Scott will have some for us later as well. Okay, friends, let's do this. The number 1 question that I am asked morning, noon, and night, online, offline, all the time is this: what should I post? And really, the better question we want to reframe for today's conversation is not necessarily what should you be posting, but how you should be posting. Now, a study came out that I found fascinating in 2020, and the study found that not only are we more persuasive face-to-face than we are on digital, but we are actually 34 times more persuasive when we are talking or on a Zoom or on a live than we are when we are typing. To break down that math, friends, and I am no math whiz, but the math is this: it took 200 digital asks. Will you look at my product? Will you consider me? Will you look at this link? Will you like my post? Will you share this message? 200 typed requests to equal the same number of yes as just 6 in-person asks. This is why at the core of the direct selling business for decades and decades, in-home parties and face-to-face moments were so powerful. Because the reality is that there's a difference between how we type and how we talk. And this is at the core of how you want to think about your posting, is shifting yourself into a simple methodology that can help you show up more consistently and more persuasively. So, question for everyone in the audience here today: what is the least persuasive word in the English language? Also the most used? Go ahead and shout it out at your computer screen if you know the answer. The answer is the word I, me, we, our. And the truth is, we're offline. We only use the least persuasive word in the English language less than half the time, 40% of the time. Like the scene from Bridesmaids, one of the inarguably greatest movies of all time. Helen, amazing. So in the scene from Bridesmaids, they are kicking the tennis ball, hitting it back and forth over the net. And just like in real life, that's the conversation. How are you? Good. How are you? We keep the conversation ball moving back and forth over the net. We only talk about ourselves about 40% of the time. Now, friends, imagine that tennis net comes up and becomes a screen, blocking us from our nonverbal communication, our empathy, our vibe, our ability to see our recipient, our potential prospect or buyer. That number then jumps to 80% of the time. So when we're typing behind screens, we are actually typing like we are in selfie mode, where it is all about us, that we love a good selfie. But when you think about the fact that offline, we talk like friends, but online we type like strangers. And so the very simple shift that you want to begin to make for you and your teams when it becomes how you are messaging more persuasively is this: the key is to intentionally begin to type more like you talk. Type more like the influential, powerful, persuasive human that you already are in real life, but so it transcends the screen. Now, one way to do this, which is very simple, is quite simply when it comes to your social media screen, you show about you visually, of course. You can show about, of course, your products, your journey, your story, your family, your behind the scenes, all the wonderful ideas that the other speakers today are going to be sharing with you. Yes, it's your account. Show about you. But the key is to make sure that your language is typing about your audience. In this way, you can begin to mimic who you already are in real life, but make sure that she or he shows up from behind the screen. Now, this sounds pretty easy, right? Focus on your customer. Okay, duh. But how do we actually do that when we have such busy lives, such a crazy time keeping hold of all the social media platforms and all the things that we have to manage? The last 15 years, I have been blessed enough to work with some of the world's biggest brands, friends. Everyone from the Oscars in Hollywood to the United States Navy. I have trained global sales teams from Target, Adobe, Visa, Johnson & Johnson, you name it. And over the years, working with my team, what I found was that we would get all the things anxiety. The frameworks we were using were just too complicated. And sure, here and there, we'd hit it out of the park and it would be great, just like you. You've probably had a great viral post or that one live that crushed or that one moment where you really hit it and you thought, ooh, we did something. How can we do that more often? Well, here's the thing. We combed through thousands and thousands of social media posts, emails, group chats, text messages. We wanted to see, like, how can we find the pattern that more intentionally, strategically can attract the yes. Yes, I will meet with you. Yes, I'm interested. Yes, I like this. Yes, tell me more. So if you want to attract attention, increase your influence, and sell smarter, this very simple method that we have created over the years, we found these 3 key elements to be in the exact order, in place every single time. And when they were, we found that our chances of driving the yes, driving the click, driving the open were much, much higher. So we developed it, and it is called the pub method. Now, the pub method is what you can use to turn strangers into friends. You will notice here there is some shamrocks here in the background. I am the granddaughter of 4 Irish immigrants. We have 36 first cousins. Count them. Yeah, Christmas, no drama, very low key. Anyway, so Nana was incredible. She turned 89 last week, by the way. God bless her. But Nana has always been my hero, the biggest inspiration in my life, because Nana has what the Irish call the gift of gab. The gift of gab is that ability to turn a stranger into a friend. In Ireland, Irish pubs were places for thousands of years that were not just about, they serve alcohol, but that wasn't the point. The purpose was it was a place where it was about storytelling and connection. They were grocery stores and job centers, places where humans could come together and connect and see each other. And Nana would always say that in an Irish pub that there are no strangers, only friends you haven't met yet. So this pub method is what you can use to remember to pub before you publish. Here's the method. If you don't have one of your own, this is a very simple framework that will allow you to optimize your posts on social going forward. 3 very simple steps. You want to ask yourself, am I opening with something that is truly personal to my audience? From there, you want to ask, am I offering something that is genuinely, specifically useful? And finally, you want to ask yourself, am I landing the plane? Am I keeping it brilliantly, beautifully brief? Personal, useful, brief. Now, it sounds very simple, but might not be exactly what you're thinking. So let's dive in a little further. This is my friend Amanda. Whoops. Still working? Got it, babe. There we go. This is my girlfriend, Amanda. This is her and her beautiful mama. She joined a network marketing company 10 years ago. She had a situation with her family come up, and it was sort of the only option that she could see forward. She's an only child with 4 kids and was the primary breadwinner at her corporate job. So she jumped into network marketing full blast. And it was 10 years ago. She's a go-getter, and she made all the classic mistakes. A lot of caps lock, a lot of shouty. Even my mom, who loves Amanda, unfollowed her on Facebook. She was posting a lot of content that looked like this. Next slide, please, babe. That looked a little bit like this. If you can go full screen on that one, babe. Sorry, guys, we're having a little technical difficulty. Okay, you want to go full screen on that? There we go. All right, so have a look at this post that Amanda was sending out. We'll sum it up. Sappy post alert. When I decided to walk away from my corporate career and become an ambassador for a health and wellness company, I had no clue what I was doing. What I had was a desire for more. I didn't know how it was going to go down, but I was hopeful I could have the best of both worlds. Time with family, a flexible schedule, and freedom from financial stress. Now, there is nothing wrong with this post, but friends, have you seen a post like this before in your newsfeed? Yes or yes? Yes, of course you have. So I sat down with Amanda because she was so frustrated. She said, no one is engaging with my content. People are unfollowing me. I need to get traction on this immediately. So I said, I have a method. It's called the PUB method. I use it with Fortune 100 companies, global sales teams. Let's apply it to your direct selling business. I said, let's begin with the very first 10 words. Are we opening with something that is truly personal to your audience so they can see themselves in focus? So we changed around the open from starting here to looking at what was going wrong. What was going wrong was that there was a landmine of I bombs and my bombs. The truth is, every single time that we have a landmine of I bombs and my bombs, our audience is not the one in focus. They are not in the selfie. We are. And so every time we say, like, I'm so excited too, I wanted to reach out, I was hoping to, I need, we are typing like we are in selfie mode. So the reality is here, if you notice when I came on camera earlier, I didn't say, I'm so excited to be here, which is what we do, right? You turn on your live and you say, hi guys, I'm excited to be here. I wanted to come on. If you notice, flipped it around and said, have you ever thought about the fact that social media management is actually time management? Have you thought about the fact that time management is actually life management? Flipping the focus so your audience is in the selfie right away is the fastest key to making sure you stop the scroll. Immediately grab their attention, have them lean forward and see those 3 magical words. Tell me more. Here are some of the tried and true magical phrases that my team and I have surfaced. This is 15 years, you guys, of A/B testing thousands of posts. Have you ever imagined that so there you are. Those are 3 of the most powerful opens that will stop the scroll when you're doing a one-to-many public message. When it's a private DM one-to-one message, instead of saying, I wanted to reach out, you can flip it around and say, your proper noun, your person, place, or thing is fantastic. Your relationship, your vacation, your dog, your kids, your workout, something specific to them where they say, ooh, I'm in focus. Or my very favorite phrase for a cold reach out to a prospect, it looks or seems or sounds like you. It looks like you. By flipping the focus, now we begin to care. So for Amanda, she changed the open of her post to say, have you ever thought you had life perfectly planned out, but then something unexpected threw you way off your path? DSA friends, does this resonate for anyone from what we've all been through in the last 2 or 3 years? Can I get a yes? Of course. Now we're saying, well, yeah, couple things have thrown us off our path the last 2 or 3 years. The truth that we all know to be true is that persuasion is personal. Persuasion is so personal. And so when we begin with what's personal to us, me, I'm so excited. Look at my product. First of all, we sound just like everyone else. But secondly, we're not really triggering that primal instinct yes, where someone says, ooh, this is about me. Go on. Persuasion is personal. So the next step of the method for Amanda's post, we sat down and said, okay, are we offering something that is truly useful? Now, on social media, we are all guilty of believing that posting an image of what we are doing and then describing said image is useful. You have always on vacation Vicky telling us that she's still in Italy. You know, she's eating all the carbs and all the gelato, but she's losing weight because she's walking so much, right? We have perfect mom Pam just in her white jeans, just running around. She's 97 children, but everything in her house is perfectly white, right? She's like, here I am with my kids. We can see that, Pam, and we love that for you. You got just went to the gym, my personal favorite. You know, this guy hates shirts, but he loves a good bathroom mirror selfie. He's like, just went to the gym. We can see that, Jim, right? We're so guilty of posting images and posting videos and then just describing what we can kind of already see. What's truly useful is what your audience cannot see from the image alone. Details like a specific story that we can't see from the imagery. Why this moment truly matters. Truly anything that is non-Googleable, your unique take, your unique perspective, but through the lens of your audience. So for example, let's look at Amanda. Amanda's photo of herself and her mom. Imagine that you are crushing your corporate career when suddenly you need more flexibility to care for your ailing family member. That's where I found myself just 1 year ago. Now, pause. Now, Amanda's talking about her why, her non-Googleable for joining this business. But by flipping it around and saying, imagine that you're crushing your career where suddenly you need to care for someone in your family. You know, her mom was sick and needed help. Anyone who has ever had to care for an ailing family member, and raise your hand if you're on that team with me, because it is no light task to undertake. They're going to stop their scroll and say, yeah, I have been there. Or if you haven't had that exact situation, you may have had a moment in your career where something came up where you needed more flexibility. The point is when we flip that language, now our audience is listening. Now they're open to our message because it's truly useful that you're sharing what you can't see from the polished, perfect Instagram photo of her and her mom. We're seeing the backstory. So when she finally says, yeah, that's where I found myself. Well, now we're saying, go on, Amanda, tell us more. Okay. Finally, and this is the step that is the most challenging for most of us who have big, bold personalities. And that is we want to make sure that we are not guilty of sending the great multi-scroller wall of text. Ooh, have you ever opened your phone and gotten the great multi-scroller wall of text and been like, ooh, this is going to be good news, right? Like, no, it's usually the beginning of a terrible story, some kind of rejection, some kind of drama, some kind of fight. When you see that big blue great wall of text, you're like, oh, here we go. You know, this is the beauty of emojis, people. We just, actions speak louder than words, and an image tells 1,000 of them. So we have to figure out how to become more brief and land the plane when it comes to our social media content. When we're behind screens, we tend to repeat ourselves. We tend to go on and on and on because we cannot see the human on the other side of the net or the screen going, oh, wow, we're still with the religion and the politics. Okay, that was a choice. We're not going to bring that up at book club, right? There's these moments where we can't see our audience either like falling asleep or checking out or looking at you like you're nuts. We can't see these nonverbal reactions, so we just go dear diary, show up and throw up, all the things. The best way to keep it brief, and trust me, this is the hardest step for me because I'm a talker. All right. The best way we can keep it brief is quite simply to land the plane by ending our message with a quite simple A or B. A or B. So many times we make the classic mistake on social media of asking an open-ended question. How was your weekend? What do you think? The problem is it's too vague, it's too big, and it's too much work. Think about how you scroll through social media. You're in line at Starbucks. You're trying to escape a boring meeting. You're checking out from a virtual training, which obviously you're not, but other trainings in the past, maybe you hadn't been a social media day yet where we brought the fire for you, but you're escaping your lean back psychology. You're wasting time. You're not in a lean forward psychology, like typing on Google. And so to come up with an answer, it's too much work. It's too much typing. That's not your psychology. And we're oftentimes afraid that our answer won't be good enough. If someone says, how was your weekend? And I said, gosh, I killed it. I was in bed by 9. I got to watch the new Bridgerton Queen Charlotte, which is fabulous. I had a face mask on. I was living my best life. Maybe the person underneath, like Scott Kramer, you know, he and Angel just went to Palm Springs for a fabulous party, having all the fun. Well, now my weekend looks pretty lame. So I had to delete my comment because now it's not as cool compared to someone else. The open-ended question seems like it would create more engagement, but it actually creates less engagement. Psychologically, we cannot help but weigh in when our choice is A or B. So for Amanda, we ended her post with this. If life has thrown you a curveball lately, which are you choosing to embrace, faith or fear? Faith or fear? Faith or fear? DSA, social media day fam. Can I get a faith? Nice and loud. Shout at your computer screen like no one's listening because I can hear you. Of course, we're choosing faith over fear. But by giving them a quick option to weigh in, you're going to create a lot more engagement around your post. So let's look at the difference between her original photo with her original post, which is fine. Nothing wrong with this. And then when she put the pub in publish. Before I show you, same image, pub caption, disclaimer. We all know that the Instagram algorithm is very complicated. Okay, what time of day did you post? What hashtags? What are the Kardashians doing? Is Mercury in retrograde again? Why is it always in retrograde, right? There's a lot of factors that go into it. But that being said, we shared the same image with a pub caption. Now, this has 19 likes. If we're using a like as a metric of people saying, yes, tell me more, look at the difference. Same image, pub caption. 10 times the yes. 10 times the likes. That is a huge difference in how the world is responding to her. So Amanda began to use the pub method. She now 10 years later is at the very top of her network marketing business. She has thousands of incredibly dynamic men and women in her downline. Her mom is doing great. She's taking care of her. Her husband is backing her up. Everyone is living their best life. She looks, sounds, feels, is incredible. And most importantly, my mom is following her on Facebook again, which is the best news of all. So this is how you can begin to think through looking at your posts, your DMs, even your lives and presentations like this. Flipping the language in the beginning to a little more you, a little less I, making sure you're being specifically useful with non-Googleables, what they can't see. Show about you, of course, but type about them. And finally, keeping it brilliantly, blessedly brief with a gorgeous A or B ask. Do you want to talk on Tuesday or Thursday? Would you prefer product A or product B? When you think of this, does it make you think of A or B? Getting into that habit, you'll begin to start to see that your responses, how the world says yes to you, how you turn strangers into friends online will begin to completely revolutionize your success, your results, and most importantly, make sure that you are selling smarter and using this precious time by prioritizing using an intentional optimization technique. Okay, we're going to pause there for a second. I am getting a lot of questions on my Instagram, but Scott, I know that you're getting questions as well. Do you want to come up on stage for a minute and kind of let us know how the Social Media Day community is faring so far in our training today?
Absolutely. How you doing, Erin?
Good to see you, Scott.
Good to see you as always. You know, I love this segment so much. I use it. You're in my head when I write every single email now because I'm the king of starting with the kind of the no value first 10 words, like the I hope your day is going well, which is such a waste. And then the I wanted to reach out, you know, it's so hard. How do you this one questions comes in with this pub method. How does it differentiate between DMs or private messages versus posts and things? Like, do you have to make it more personal? Like, what? Talk a little bit more about just how I interact with people then.
Yeah. Well, first of all, don't feel bad because I have taught this for over a decade and I will still find myself, and I'll go, oh my gosh. So it's very hard to retrain the brain, but it's like a muscle. And once you begin to build it, it does become more natural as you found sort of using this throughout some of your creative campaigns. The key here is to keep in mind that what feels comfortable in real life is not what feels comfortable necessarily online. So for example, if you and I sat down as we do in one of our meetings and I just dove right in, you would think, whoa, this is kind of awkward. This is sort of, we're not building rapport. It's a little bit like too soon, coming in hot, right? So online, we try to do that same throat clearing, that same let's get everyone comfortable. But the reality is, we are getting 300 messages a day, as you know. And so our brains have evolved to make decisions faster and faster. We have about 10 words about the length of a mobile notification preview. Think about how you go through your email. Care, don't care, friend, foe, right? So we make decisions so much faster. So it feels rude to just dive right in with the message, but your recipient is actually grateful. It's like, oh, thank God they got to the point. They're getting in there, right? Now, for one-to-many versus one-to-one, you know, the one-to-many, you can use that language like imagine that have you ever, once you've stopped the scroll because someone sees themselves in your journey, then yes, you can flip it around and say, that was me too. Here's what happened. Because now you've earned the right to share your journey with them. When it's one-to-one, the key here in DMs is that when it comes to being the modern 21st century social seller, research is the new listening. I never, ever, and I never say never, but I really never, ever will message anyone, Scott, that I do not know without giving them a Google. Publicly available information. It sounds so simple. And yet how many Zoom calls do we get on with a prospect where we haven't researched them? How many times do we reach out with our pitch and we haven't even given them a quick scroll through either their profile, anything publicly available about them, their business, anything at all that you can open with that says, Scott, it looks like you are an avid traveler, or it looks like you are based in Texas. It looks like you have an incredible company called Multibrain. Those opens are not going to make us immediate friends and besties if we're strangers. But what it does telegraph is, I see you, I did the work, I looked you up. I am not just playing a numbers game and spamming you without empathy. I want to connect on a genuine human level. Something so simple as just that first sentence can telegraph so much about setting yourself apart from the rest of the social sells spam, which sadly is pretty prevalent. As we all know, if you've been on LinkedIn, my LinkedIn inbox is just a sea. I'm just treading water in the spam. I mean, it is just so many. As my friend Ron Tite says, he calls them pitch slaps, which is hilarious. And
I love it. It's so true. I dread seeing my LinkedIn inbox. It's just all.
Yeah. But so what we're trying to do is we're trying to just mimic the amount of time we spend talking about ourselves in real life. We talk about ourselves about 40% of the time. Online, it's 80% of the time. So a great rule of thumb for everyone listening, when you're getting started with this, how do I know if I'm using it the right amount? Just try to cut it in half. Try to cut the amount of time you're talking about yourself in half, and you'll begin to mimic the powerful, persuasive, influential person that you already are in real life.
One of the beautiful things, though, what you're saying here is it's kind of like, I wish I could sit down and have lunch with you, and then I would be able to write better to you, right? I know about you. That reality is you can spend 5 minutes scrolling through a profile, learning some kind of connection point, something that just brings you two together. I love travel. You love travel? It just doesn't it help make the connection that much faster?
100%. And the key is what you just did, which is specific and genuine, the intersection of specific and genuine, because oftentimes I'll get messages from people trying to sell me on everything. And they'll say like, loved your book or loved your work or loved this. And I'll write back and I'm like, which part? And then crickets, right? Because they didn't actually read my book. Or they'll say, love your work. And I'm like, which part? Nothing, right? So the key is specific. It looks like you love traveling in Latin America, and then genuine. If you don't really like to travel, you're not going to have much to talk about if you have fear of flying, right? So it has to be that specific, genuine, because if you just come out there and say like, love what you're doing, the problem is if you aren't genuine and you aren't specific, this strategy will actually backfire. Because our BS meter is sharp, it is alert, and it will turn us off so fast and turn that maybe into a no very quickly. So genuine and specific. So I hope that helps before we move on to our next question for the rest of the session.
No. I'm actually gonna step out. I want you to keep going because I know everyone's loving what you're giving here. So I know you got some more. So why don't I step out and come back at the end?
Sounds good. Okay, fantastic. So, babe, we're going to put the my AV guy, my husband, babe, very professional. Can you put the slides back up, please? Okay, so the pub method. So our second area here, we have about 15, 20, 30 minutes left in, I think 15 minutes in today's training. Second key here is we're going to be talking about mechanisms, social media mechanisms and tools. Now, the second biggest question that I have been getting, well, really the first biggest question as of the last couple of days, is all about the brand new technology that is freaking everybody out, artificial intelligence, particularly how we use a little tool called ChatGPT. Okay. Now, in 15 minutes, we are not going to unpack everything we need to about ChatGPT, but let's go ahead and skim the surface. Let's address the elephant in the room, okay? I just did a talk on this recently in Texas, and it's interesting because everyone is so afraid of the real question that we are all asking. And at the core of what freaks people out about AI and ChatGPT is a heavy, existential, loaded, complex question. And that question is this: are we going to be replaced by artificial intelligence. Ooh, okay. Yes. Monday morning coming in hot with the super simple softball questions. Now, what I want to share with you is for the last 5 months, I run a digital agency called Strikepoint Media. We're an Inc. 5000 company here in Laguna Beach, California. And when we first saw what was going on with ChatGPT, I will never forget, it was the first week of December. We had the cinnamon Christmas candle. Mariah Carey wasn't annoying yet. It's the holidays. Life is good. And then my husband Hartman over here, my AV guy, shows me ChatGPT and immediately ruined the peaceful Yuletide vibe because it was so mind-blowing. From that moment till today, about 5 months ago, we have been at my agency testing all kinds of AI tools across so many different disciplines and opportunities across so many verticals and industries. I'll give you the headline. Where I stand today, Monday, May 8th at 9:05 a.m. PST, my ultimate position on the role of AI, particularly in the direct selling industry, is that it is not human versus machine. It's human plus machine. This is not about being replaced. This is about being enhanced. And so a better question we should be asking ourselves instead of will I be replaced is this. You want to be asking yourself, how can I better use these artificial intelligence tools to enhance my emotional intelligence? Let's take a look at ChatGPT because it's the hottest tool on everybody's lips. It has shattered record after record. It's grown faster than Facebook, TikTok, Google combined. This is a platform that has passed the MCAT, the LSAT, the MBA exam. And so let's look at how most direct sellers are starting to experiment with this tool when it comes to leveraging AI for their social media content. Now, lean in, phones down. This is really, really an important point here. 99% of people are jumping into ChatGPT and they are saying something like this. Write an Instagram post for my direct selling business. Let's just read the first 2 sentences. Hey, friends, just wanted to remind you that my direct selling business is still up and running and I'm still in need of some loyal customers. Okay, pause. Hartman, back to me, full screen. I think we can all agree this is not a strong persuasive start to a social media post. So the key with how you think about delegating to AI, using AI, the key I want you to hear right now is that specifics are at the key of success. Specifics like this. Back to the slide, babe. Write an Instagram post for my direct selling business promoting our wellness ritual to stay-at-home moms, announcing our new product X, developed by our founder in conjunction with Y to solve Z problem. Write it in Reese Witherspoon's voice, but make it humorous for the above audience. You can say y'all, but don't overdo it. Open the post with, have you ever had a problem? So back to me, babe. So this is known as a prompt, a query to guide ChatGPT to help co-create, not replace, but enhance your creative process for social media content. Let's see how it did. Back to the full screen, please. Have you ever had a problem? I mean, I think we all have at some point. But guess what, y'all? My direct selling business has a new product that was developed by our founder in conjunction with a wellness expert to solve that pesky problem once and for all. I'm talking about X, the latest addition to our wellness ritual. It is like a magic potion that was brewed up in a cauldron. Okay, pause, full screen, back to me. Before anyone on this call who may or may not work in compliance has a total heart attack about claims of products being brewed in magic cauldrons, this is where our next step in the evolution of your digital persuasion power is using the pub method or whatever framework you like to use. Instead of using it to coach yourself from the ground up, you're now using it to coach AI. The future of prompt engineering is all about how eloquently we can communicate what we're looking for to AI. So you can use the pub method to remember how to coach AI tools like ChatGPT, like this. Please change the opening lines to be more personal to the reader. Replace I with you wherever possible. Delete impersonal and untrustworthy phrases like trust me or I'm telling you. Don't actually use the phrase direct selling. Replace the word pesky as it doesn't really sound natural. Replace magic potion in a cauldron with a more practical analogy. Useful. Offer a more useful, specific reason that they would actually need a new wellness product. And finally, brief. End the post with A or B, option 1 or 2. Do not end with an open-ended question or a call to action that is too shouty or too pushy. Let's see how ChatGPT responds to the pub method. Have you ever felt like you're running on fumes because you're so busy taking care of everyone else? Same, friend. Our latest wellness solution is going to blow your mind like a fireworks show on the 4th of July. Introducing Product X. Our founder and wellness expert put their heads together to create this little powerhouse of self-care that is perfect for people like us who need a little extra help in the wellness department. Okay, scoot down, final line. So which one would you try first, A or B? It's like choosing between chocolate or wine. Either way, you're going to be ecstatic. Okay, from there, I would say, let's not say over the moon, but you sort of see sort of the difference, how as you coach the ChatGPT, as you coach the AI, it begins to get closer and closer to something that you can actually use as a co-creative, not copy and paste, starting point. Success, my DSA friends, when it comes to using tools like ChatGPT to unlock your even more incredible persuasion power, to turn your sales skills into sales superpowers, is that success exists in those specifics. Now, once you feel comfortable that you have mastered the specifics around AI, from there, it is truly mind-blowing what you can make happen. You can take your best performing post and you can turn that into a TikTok video script, which can then be turned into an outline for your Zoom video training, which can then be turned into an outline for a 30-minute live keynote presentation at your next convention. From there, you can even use ChatGPT to come up with some pretty decent responses to a potential heckler in your Q&A that doesn't like the network marketing business model. They'll give you some pretty good responses that you can use to be better prepared. Now, if this is your first time seeing all of this, let's just pause and let's go for taking a breath, shoulders back, because friend, if you are like, oh my gosh, this is insane, you are now having what I like to call everyone's AI yay moment. I had it in December. I feel your pain. The good news is take a deep breath, because there is majorly good news when it comes to the possibilities here. The truth is, you can probably see what's making you feel maybe a little bit like, wow, this is a lot, is that outworking, out hustling your competition isn't really on the table anymore when everyone has access to these powerful tools and similar tech stacks and robots as personal assistants at our fingertips. But the opportunity you do have is you can outthink them, you can out-strategize them, and you can out-humanize your competition. The strategy that I am working on with CEOs of major Fortune 100s and high performers across all verticals is this. The key to thinking more strategically about your new relationship, defining your relationship with AI tools like ChatGPT, you want to delegate to double down. You want to figure out in your business, in social media content creation, where are there opportunities to delegate those lower level thinking moments to AI so that you can free up your precious time, energetic space, and creativity to double down on your emotional intelligence for the higher level thinking. Now, there are really 3 key areas where you want to be thinking about delegating to AI. And this could be an experiment that you just try over the next couple of days. The first area is when you think about doing your Monday night team calls, your Zoom calls, you can use, maybe it's on Facebook Live, you can use ChatGPT to create a more sequential training program versus feeling that like last minute paper due tomorrow college anxiety that you might feel before doing a training. You can now begin to build it out, maybe do a 3 or 6 month game plan. So every time you're showing up as your big, bold, beautiful self on camera, which only you can do, because last time I checked, AI still cannot speak. Unless AI is coming out of your mouth and you are Stephen Hawking, we are more persuasive talking than we are typing. And right now, we still own the talking. So let's double down on it. So you can plan this training and free up that space of mapping out the game plan, the syllabus, so that you're not so tired. You jump on that call and you're full of life and energy. You can inspire your team in the way that only you can. Second opportunity is around customer service. If you're getting certain repeat FAQs in your DMs and your emails, you can begin to use AI to create some pretty decent responses that will sort of save you that time from always starting from scratch. Finally, social media content, which we kind of dipped our toe into the iceberg of what's possible when it comes to using ChatGPT to create social media content. More on that in a second. Now, the big takeaway, DSA friends, that I really want you to walk away feeling empowered and excited and calm is that there is a huge, huge opportunity for the direct selling industry in particular to really double down on EI. Persuasion is personal. This is your moment to figure out all the ways in your business where you can double down on what AI can never replace. And that is your radical humanity, your empathy, your creativity, your authenticity. This is an industry where you are able to change your life and change your business and help others and link arms, and a rising tide lifts all of those boats. But only when we double down on the fact that only you can be a dynamic storyteller. Only you can be a genuine, active listener. Only you can be someone that gives a real recommendation. Only you can be emotionally invested in recognizing opportunities for friends, for family, for your network, and bringing them with you on the incredible journey that you are on. Only you can be a connecting human who feels personally and deeply, and persuasion is personal. And so the key here I want you to think about is that as you see more things coming out of that ChatGPT and AI, just remember, this is not a replacement for you. It's an enhancement for you. It is a tool to allow you to open up your schedule, your energy, your time, wherever you can, to shine in the way that only you can, and that no robot will ever be able to replace. So that's ChatGPT. I think I'm coming up on my time, so we're actually not going to skip to Scott this time. Maybe at the end, Scott, I'm going to pull you up here as I land the plane. I told you brief's not my jam, but we'll land this plane here. So the final question that I've been getting a lot in conjunction on social media with AI is a lot of questions around mindset. And this is sort of the final thought I want to leave you with, friends. The biggest question that I get day in and day out is some iteration of the question, how can I stop feeling behind? And I hate, and I use the word hate very, very sparsely, very scarcely. And I really do detest getting that question, because if you think about how hard you are working with the gym and the dinner and the kids and the meeting and the business and the bills and the deadlines and the showing up and investing in you and your business like you're doing on this beautiful Monday morning, it makes me so sad to think that we're still, after giving our best, feeling behind. So there's two ways that we are going to squench that feeling, release it, and in the next 2 minutes, we are going to set it free, okay? The first one's practical. The second one is a little more emotional. Okay, number one, the first way that you can stop feeling behind is I have put together for you my 3 most popular best-selling ebooks. Okay, ChatGPT for network marketers. Friends, it is a 30-page ebook that is breaking down for you the nitty-gritty from how do I even find ChatGPT, log in and create an account, to more advanced little pro tips around certain plugins that you can use to take away the black background when you're copying and pasting content, other plugins that can change your tone of voice or your writing style. It's all in this ebook. You are going to love it and walk away feeling so empowered and so psyched. The second ebook is my Pub Method Ultimate Cheat Sheet. This is a 13-page prompt and key highlight point ebook that from your very next message, meeting, or high stakes moment, you and your teams can run your message through the Pub Method to make sure you are amping up your persuasion power and unlocking your most influential self. And finally, I'm giving you my 100-page, count it, if you print it out, go double-sided, my 100-page big deal diary, which is all of my prompts and affirmations around unlocking what I like to call your big deal energy, stepping into the mindset that you need to not feel all the things anxiety, but instead to feel empowered, to feel ready, to feel more than confident, to feel audacious, to feel like that version of you that you just know when you're getting started, you just feel like, you know what? I've got this. I'm ready. I'm not behind. Okay, that's the first step. The second step is I want you to reframe this question. If you've been asking yourself, oh my gosh, I'm just starting to master social media and now there's AI. I want you to reframe that question from how can I stop feeling behind? How can I, no. I want you to start feeling like this question, empowered. How can I unlock more of an empowered feeling? And this is the fastest way that you can do it. I think the worst advice that people ever give, and I am landing this plane, Scott. I recognize I'm 5 minutes over. I'm landing it right now. Told you, brief's not my jam. I'm working on it. I think the best way for us to kind of approach this is to think about the worst advice ever, which is that when it comes to social media, yes, it's a highlight reel, but just don't compare yourself. Just don't compare yourself. Don't compare your real life to anyone's highlight reel. We have heard this advice. I don't know about you, but we are cavemen. We had DNA for survival. We had to compare ourselves. Do we back down? Do we step up? Friend or foe? Comparison has been baked into our DNA since the beginning of time. Now, maybe you have mastered it. And if you are, I salute you. You are a better human than me. Teach me your ways. But for most of us, it's really tricky to not compare our progress online with those of our teammates, our leaders, our executives, our friends. And so the fastest way for you to unlock your empowerment, unlock your big deal energy, break through that barrier of, oh, why can't I get ahead, is to make a very simple distinction. There is a huge difference between unhealthy comparison and a little healthy competition. Unhealthy comparison is seeing those individuals in your newsfeed and thinking, oh, I'm never going to keep up with her. I'm never going to be able to do this. Why not me? It sucks your joy. It sucks your creativity. It holds you back from being the big, beautiful, bold individual that you know yourself to be. So separating unhealthy comparison, which is a bless and block. You don't have to understand it. You don't have to analyze it. You don't have to judge it, but you do have to manage it. Bless and block. Give them an unfollow, wish them well on their way, and do what I do, which is follow a puppy account or someone who makes you feel like you are energized. The other side is healthy competition. These are the individuals in your newsfeed that you see, and you look at them, and something about the way they're showing up gets you excited. It gets you thinking, good job, her. Now let's go me. She can do it. I can do it. That little reframe of unhealthy comparison versus healthy competition is the fastest way to release those feelings of being behind and really step into your most persuasive and empowered self, from your messaging to your mechanisms and now this critical mindset. Now, for some of us, maybe who you're comparing yourself to isn't someone in your newsfeed, but maybe it's someone that you used to be. Maybe for you, there's the person you were before the last 2 or 3 years happened, and you're trying to decide who you want to be on the other side of what you just went through. Maybe for you, there was the you that existed before the thing happened, where everything was different after, and there's this new you. And maybe you see versions of her from the Facebook time hop 5, 6, 7 years ago, and you see that spark or you see that element and you think, gosh, where did she go? You know, we can't compare ourselves to the person we were. We can't compare ourselves to people around us who are making us feel less than, but we can look around and take energy from events like this. Take energy from the individuals in your organization that when they do post, you do feel creative, you do feel inspired, you do feel motivated, but making sure there's a difference between the two and being intentional that the inputs that you are allowing yourself to take in for up to 3 months a year are intentionally positive and empowering, because those inputs, they're reflected in your outputs. And so as we salute you showing up today, as we salute you keeping your eye on your own paper, being radically grateful for showing up today, for putting in the work, for diving into polishing old approaches using maybe the pub method or whatever sales framework feels right for you being brave enough to try something new like AI, maybe Chat GPT, and even maybe with mindset, challenging yourself to rethink how you're intentionally taking in the messaging every single day with every scroll. Today is your moment to decide exactly the one specific action, because it's not going to be all the things, right? That's too complicated for our lifestyle. But what is the one action, trying the pub method, experimenting with Chat GPT, or maybe just blocking, unfollowing those 2 or 3 humans that just make you feel smaller? Doesn't matter if it feels embarrassing, just set them free. Open that up for yourself. Today is the day for you to honor this journey and not just celebrate all the social media success that you'll continue to have after an incredible day like DSA Social Media Day, but to really honor and salute that you have showed up to step in to the version of yourself you know that you were born to become. I salute your show up, and I'm so grateful for the time that you have spent with us here today. My name's Erin King. DSA friends, I wish you all the success, all the love, all the joy, all the abundance that you so deserve, online, offline, and all the time. So thank you, Scott, for the honor of being with you here today, and can't wait to see all of your success stories. Please share them with me, and I look forward to seeing you all on the internet.
Thank you so much, Erin. That was amazing. Of course you went over. It's fine because you bring such huge value. That's the ChatGPT stuff. A reminder to everybody, go at your own pace. It's definitely learn it and test it. I'm playing around with it too. I love the way you kind of broke it down so simply. Thank you so much for that. It's a good way to go get started with it. And I love how you integrated pub into it. That's brilliant. I'm gonna go play around with that, kind of asking it to go layer. That's brilliant. Mm-hmm. Erin, you're the best. Thank you for being here. That's Erin King, everybody. Be sure you to get more information. If you want to get her books or get anything, you can get that in the workbook. We have all the information in there, or you can go follow her as well. What we're going to do now is we're going to take a couple minute breaks. You can get up and stretch, maybe use the restroom, grab some water. It's going to be about 2 minutes, so it's going to be a quick one. So we'll be right back here because we got so much more great content coming your way, okay? We'll see you in 2 and 2, right? All right, welcome back to Social Media Day. Again, I'm Scott Kramer, your host. Having a great time. Erin King was amazing. I hope you guys are enjoying yourself. I got a quick little tip for you before I bring the next speakers up, which you're going to love. I want to share this with you. Part of the content game. Think like television. All right. Every medium in history, okay, has this idea of a television has programming and has commercials. Newspapers have editorial and ads. Magazines have editorial and ads. Radio has speaking and commercials. All right. I want you to start thinking this way real quickly. Okay. Think like a television. All right. Think like a television show. I come from television. 30-minute show is actually 22 minutes of the actual program and 8 minutes of commercials. So when you're posting content, do you think people want to watch commercials? Or do you think they want to see content? They want to be entertained, educated, enlightened. All right. So I want you to think about your posts like you're programming a network, because you are a network on social media. Are you producing commercial content or editorial content? More of that, less of that. That's a quick tip. All right. Let's bring up the next. The next two speakers are amazing. You're going to love them. I call them the doctors of social. I hope you guys don't mind that, but I love it. Stefanie Boyer is the co-founder of Rainmakers, a virtual platform for training and assessing sales talent. She's winner of a lot of different awards from teaching, innovation, research, service in the field. And she is a member of the 2021 Forbes Next 1000. Sharmin Attaran is a marketing professor and director of the nation's #1 digital marketing program at Bryant University. She's also the co-author of the Little Black Book on Social Media and the Little Black Book of Social Selling. So it is my great pleasure to introduce you to Dr. Stefanie Boyer and Dr. Sharmin Attaran. Take it away.
All right, welcome everyone. We're Dr. Sharmin Attaran and Dr. Stefanie Boyer, and we're so thrilled to be with all of you today because we're here to share how to communicate online in a way that helps you build trust. Because our goal here is to ultimately build, right, a strong connection with your audience and hit your goals. And so we're going to share tips and tricks that you can use today to strengthen your online strategy and avoid any of those pitfalls that get you stuck, right? Because our ultimate goal is to help you get online and get better results in less time, all by using a strategy that's built around trust. So Stefanie, she's going to share why what you're about to hear is distinct from our usual conversations about social media.
Well, that is right, Shar. Today, we're taking a totally different approach to social media strategy by focusing on trust. When we understand trust, which is the foundation of all relationships, even those that are online, we can create better relationships. So I'm going to share the components of trust to help you find better ways to communicate online, which is where a ton of people get stuck. And if you understand trust, you'll know what to write or you'll know what to say on your own, regardless of what the algorithm is saying or doing. And it doesn't even matter which platform you're using. So there are 6 C's of trust, just to make it easy for you to remember. And the first one is connection. So connection is all about finding something that you have in common. We like people. We trust people who are like us, who can relate to us, whether it's our interests or our struggles. The next C of trust is candor. That's honesty. Do you speak the truth? Can people take what you're saying as real? Next, we have concern. Do you care about other people and not just yourself? Then we have competence. So competence, do you know what you're talking about? Can I rely on you? And I know we all have that friend that we would never ask us to pick up from the airport or take us to the airport early in the morning because we get that call from them 2 hours before our flight was supposed to leave that they just woke up. They missed their alarm clock, right? So that's all competence. The next one over here is character. Are you going to do the right thing when no one's looking? And then finally, I wanted to talk about consistency. Are you regularly showing up? And do people know what to expect from you or with you? And what it is that we like to know what to expect. that makes us trust. So if you can understand how relationships work based on this lens of trust, you can start to think through on your own future ideas of what to say and what to do when the rest of us are not around. All right. So now that you know what makes up trust, today we're going to share some social strategies that are around to help you earn trust. And that all relates to building relationships. So first, we're going to talk about content marketing strategies. So you're building content. So how do you build it with authenticity? Next, we're going to talk about common ways of outreaching to your audience that can either improve or remove trust. Then we're going to talk about how to nurture interactions, right? So we're going to talk about how to build community, how to build up engagement with these interactions that we're nurturing. And finally, too often, money is just left on the table. And we're going to give you a solution to that with value sequencing. So let's go ahead and dive right into the content. Sharmin, go ahead and take it away.
All right. Thank you, Stefanie. All right. Let's talk about something that we're all familiar with. Okay. Going to a party, right? So let's say we're all at a party and there's a few different types of people you might meet at a party, right? There's the wallflower, right? That just kind of sits back, doesn't speak, just kind of observes and their surroundings. They're not that much fun, right? Then there's like the polar opposite person who does all the talking and just kind of goes on and on, doesn't really ask questions. That's also no fun, right? But the person you actually want to meet is someone who has something to say, maybe tells a story, asks you a question, listens, right? Shows some empathy and really tries to connect with you. Someone who's really engaging, right? We want to hang out with that person. We want to get to know that person. And in fact, maybe even be friends. And that's the same thing that goes on for online and social media. Social media, right? People are looking to connect with each other. So how can you take some of those in-person communication best practices and engage that way online, right? How can we build connection, relationships, and trust online? Well, we're going to have to create a communication strategy, right? Or a content marketing strategy that's going to incorporate those 6 C's of trust that Stefanie just shared with us. But before we get into all the different types of content, I'm going to back up for a minute because I have a feeling that some of you might be saying, I don't see why I need to use social media to communicate with people, right? Okay, point taken. But we have to remember that we have this powerful tool, right? The internet, social media platforms, where we don't have to go door to door. We don't have to show up to parties. In fact, we can engage and communicate with many at once, right? This one to many from the comfort of our own homes. Right. And I, prefer in my yoga pants. So, and so some of you, okay, might be saying, well, I know I need to post on social media platforms, but I don't know what to post. And some of you might be saying, I've been posting, but I really just feel like I'm wasting my time. And some of you might be saying, well, I've been posting and sometimes I do really well, but a lot of the times I don't. Well, I'm here to say that every single one of you are legitimate in your feelings. But let's look at a common scenario where you reach out to me and I don't know you or anything about you. So maybe you do it through DM. So I click on your picture or on your face, on your name, and I start to look through your profile, check you out, see who you are. And if I don't see any content, I might not perceive your outreach as credible and I might not respond. And that's not the result that we're looking for, right? But we definitely don't want to just post kind of any content and toss it out and expect that we're going to get a ton of business. We want a really effective and efficient strategy where our time is used wisely, right? We're all really busy and we don't want to haphazardly waste our hours without getting the positive outcome that we deserve, right? So that's why we need a content marketing strategy. So you can really build these long-term relationships with your customers. You can, and then they can feel comfortable, purchasing products and services from you. So Stefanie, she shared the 6 different types of trust earlier. I'm just going to cover the top 3 in terms of your content. So competence, candor, and consistency. So when we are incorporating competence in the content of what you post, that means showing that you know what you're talking about, that you're the expert, that you're knowledgeable in your field, and that people can come to you for advice, right? So let's talk about some of the ways we can do this. We can share informative content that's going to provide real value to your audience. And I'm going to give you an example. I run a foodie account. I love to eat. It's called Hangry Girl Rhode Island. So I love going to restaurants. So I post anything related to food, right? So what I could do is I could easily share a really great new restaurant in town, maybe some images of the food, and maybe some really specific tips, like make sure to go on Mondays because there's half price apps, right? Another thing I could do is, you can provide product demonstrations or tutorials or educational content. So I might take, that really great dish that I tried in the restaurant and share a recipe on how to make that at home. And in that video, right, I could share the ingredients I'm using, how to make it, maybe how to style the dish, what to pair with it. And in your case, you could explain how to use each of those products that you have and why you love them. And by doing this, you're showcasing your expertise, you're instilling confidence and trust in your audience, and then they can rely on you for quality recommendations and advice. And then once you have, this is the last point here, once you have your team or your group that's kind of interested in your products, you can start to share industry news. Right? And here, maybe it's a new product launch, maybe it's a new promotion or a new event. All right, the next thing is demonstrating candor, and that involves being open, being honest, and being transparent with your audience. Remember, we trust people that are like us. So you want to think about, what do you have in common, right? Have you been through a similar experience? Maybe you're sharing the same struggles, right? You want to connect with your audience and maybe share personal journey towards achieving a better life, maybe your struggles, your successes, maybe some of the lessons that you've learned. So you can do this with some behind the scenes content. You can also do this by just being vulnerable, right? Allow yourself to be honest and don't be afraid to share. Don't worry about being judged. Just be who you are and share that story, right? That vulnerability actually builds trust. And the one thing we hear about a lot, UGC, user-generated content, right? This is a really powerful tool. It builds trust, right? Because it provides this social proof, this third-party testimonial, right? Or verification that your brand has value and is of quality. And when people see other people using your products and services, it creates that sense of trust. It creates that credibility that's kind of hard to achieve with other forms of marketing. So that UGC can really help to create a sense of community amongst your customers, which can really further strengthen their loyalty to your brand. Now, do we have the questions from the audience?
I don't think so.
All right, great. So I'm going to move on to consistency. All right. So consistency in your content really builds trust, right? Because people are going to know what to expect. So you want to be consistent in a couple different ways, right? You want to be consistent with who you are, right? With your voice, right? If you're trying to be someone else and not true to yourself, people, they're going to notice that. You can also post regularly and consistency on all your platforms. That's going to show people that you are dependable, that you are reliable. And that means you got to set a schedule, right? You can kind of see an image there of a schedule, right? And you've got to stick to it. You don't want to take big chunks of time off. And if you use a scheduling tool, that's really going to help you with that. And finally, as you can also kind of see there, some consistent branding, right? Branding in your bio, your image, your logo, the font, the colors that you use, right? And so if you're consistent with this across all platforms, you can establish that trust with your audience and build a strong identity. And I believe before we go on to the next section, we might have a question here. If not, I'll hand it over to Stefanie.
Scott, do we have any questions? Well, I guess we don't have any questions then.
There I am.
Right.
Sorry, I had a problem getting up on the screen. No, it's going fantastic. You know, you mentioned one. I know I got a question about this, the one to many, and this idea of kind of filling to find new people to talk to. I mean, can you speak about how not only it's a one to many kind of approach, but how you then kind of drill down to create a relationship?
Absolutely. I mean, the idea here is to use your time effectively and efficiently to build content that would hit multiple personas, right? A lot of different people that you're trying to target through your social media profiles. And then Stefanie is actually going to talk about how to do that one-to-one interaction. But with social, we can schedule our content. We can get others to post on behalf of the company because they love your product and they have had a lot of success using it. And that's that UGC. So it's really important to really strategize. What are we going to share? How often? Come up with a really great cadence. And then your one, effort can be broadcast to so many people in a really strategic and efficient way.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, we've got more questions, but I'll save them to the end. I want you guys to keep going because it's great content. Keep going.
Oh, thanks so much. Let's see. Oh, there it is, right there on the screen. That was actually a really good segue, Scott, to get into what we were going to talk about next. And now we're talking about outreach, right? That one-to-one, when you're building your community, you're finding clients, right? That's what you're doing with your business. So you're sending outreach messages. And luckily, there's a science behind what works and what doesn't work. So we all know those people who are constantly reaching out, but they have limited or no success. They might join events and groups, and then they immediately start bombarding everyone with ads for their businesses, kind of like what Scott was talking about, right? There's no listening to what people want. So why is it that we really don't even like that? Well, spamming people shows lack of concern. Going back to trust, shows lack of concern for others. So even if they do care, those messages say that they don't care. And they never really make a genuine connection, finding something that's in common before they start selling. So let's take a look at some outreach messages that I received. Let's look at them together and think about connection and think about concern. Are these good, trustworthy messages that establish common ground and show concern? Or is it really about them? So let's click through some of these messages here. Stefanie, I'm always interested in connecting with founders. I hope you're open to it. Let's see, what else? Stefanie, I just came across your profile and we have similar connections. I want to expand my network. Stefanie, I see you're also in the coaching industry. I'd love to have you in my network, but just curious, do you have a coaching business? Like that is just really confusing to me too, right? Like you're in this industry, but do you have a business? I'm not really sure. The next one, LinkedIn suggested that several times we should meet because of what you do, and we should connect. So after looking at your profile, I would have to agree. Then that last one, I work with a lot of people or in higher academia. I'm not sure what higher academia is. I'd love to connect and get to know you more. Okay. So what is wrong with these messages that we're seeing here? Well, first of all, you see a lot of I's, and I just heard Erin saying that too. Change the I to you. And you don't see any real value to connect. And all of them are just really telling me what they want, but not what makes this relationship interesting to both of us. So the first tip I would say is don't make it all about you, and instead show me you know me. Now imagine the person on the receiving end of this message is shouting this to you. Show me you know me, right? So start off a message that's about them. Why should they care? Do you have some information about them that proves you're not a robot or a scammer? Because so many people are concerned about that these days. Try to find some common ground. A robot doesn't like the same foods, didn't grow up in the same town, didn't have kids, right? And think, What is it that they have to gain? Really show that you care. And what element of trust is this? It's concern to find out what's happening in their world, and then also connection to find something that you both can actually relate to. All right, so how do you outreach? Well, you want to start out with a hook. You've got to grab their attention. You have to find that thing that you have in common, a connection. Remember, prove that you are not a robot. Next is value. Show that you care. So think about, like, what's in it for me, for that person on the other end. People don't care about what you want. They care about what they want. And if you can appeal to this, then you're really showing concern. You're showing that you care. And then finally, we have that call to action. So what is it that you're trying to accomplish? What's the next reasonable step? And a lot of people fail here to actually move the conversation forward because they're often afraid to ask. It's fear of rejection. So I run the sales program at Bryant University, and I need speakers and sponsors. So I'm constantly reaching out to VPs of sales, and I might say something like, hi, Sarah, you're hiring at sales schools, right? I'm a sales prof. We host a sales competition with 70 universities. You'd be a great fit to join us. Are you open to a quick call, right? It could be something that simple. That's including all those different elements in there. All right. So now we've talked about bad outreach and what to do about it. So let's look on the other end of the spectrum here. Now, consider your life for a moment, all of the competing priorities that you have. And occasionally, like it or not, well, I don't know if anybody likes it, sometimes things fall through the cracks. And as you're preparing to respond to an important message, maybe your boss needs something right away, or your kids are sick, or you just remembered you need to pick up eggs at the store, right? That message that you were typing, it's long forgotten. People need help remembering. So remember, at the end of the day, you're helping people with your products and your services, and reminding people who are a good fit for what you're selling is actually really useful. So don't get frustrated. People typically are not going to respond to you on your first try. They actually really will appreciate the reminder that you give them. So how many outreaches does it take to get a customer? The research shows that it takes 8 to 18 exposures to your brand. Now, a common pitfall is just giving up too early for people that are interested. There is a big trend out there that you outreach one time and then you just give up, right? So if the person seems like they're interested, please give them a chance. They may have some interest, maybe if they're responding to some of your messages, your posts on social media. And remember that following up really shows that you care. It shows concern. And finally here, outreaching. So how do you show you care? By following up in multiple outreaches to the right people. Okay, so first, don't ask for the business before you know it's a good fit. And then remember to engage them. So don't let them fall out of contact for 2 months and then try to come back, right? If they are, obviously come back to them, but don't let that happen in the first place. So one step to also remember is thinking about those important dates, those important holidays, those birthdays. Set a reminder on your calendar. Use a program to track the outreaches and the conversations that you're having. There are so many free tools out there to help you do this. It's really, really easy. And then remember, at each outreach, you should add value. There should be no, oh, I'm just checking in with you, right? Think, what makes you feel like someone genuinely cares about your well-being? If they're a foodie, send a recipe. If they like exercise, send them a 5K or some kind of event. It doesn't always need to be about the business. So showing that you care, that you remember, that you're thinking of them, it builds trust. Now, outreaching without value shows you care more about you than it shows you really care about them. So when we show more humility and concern, you build better relationships that really last. So I don't know, Scott, if you had any questions. I know we were running just a little bit behind. So I think I'm going to go ahead and I'm passing it on to Sharmin so that we can talk about nurturing interactions and making the most of that back and forth dialogue that's happening in the comments.
Thank you, Stefanie. Yes, so this is the piece of the puzzle that gets forgotten time and time again. You spend all this time creating content, you're reaching out to your network, but your content is just not being engaged with, right? And that is so frustrating. So how can we nurture interactions online and really get kind of the engagement that you want? Well, I'm going to share a couple tips with you. So the first one is to ask questions, right? You really want to encourage conversation by asking open-ended questions related to the topic of your post. And when you ask a question on social media, it actually triggers a human natural response to find an answer. This means that when you're asking questions, it's an easy and effective way to spark the conversation, create a sense of community, and really increase that engagement. Because even if someone doesn't want to engage with you directly, if you ask a question, that might encourage them to stop and actually read your post to find the answer. And that's going to create this dialogue, right? A much deeper connection with the person that you're engaging with. But you'll definitely want to research a couple questions that might be floating around in your industry. And that's really going to give you a little bit more insight into your niche too. And we'll talk about that. All right, the next thing is to be genuine and authentic when you respond to the posts and to the comments. So it means you need to really take time and read the post, right? And you want to leave a thoughtful, maybe even a personalized comment, and really avoid those generic automated responses that can come off as kind of insecure or insincere, sorry. And another way that you could signal authenticity might be to really respond in a really timely manner. And this means you've got to keep an eye out for those notifications so that you can respond to anyone who comments, anyone who messages you or mentions you real promptly. And that's going to show that you're a very active and engaged person with your audience. And then you're also going to want to take the time to read the post and write that thoughtful response. And bonus points, right? If you can actually relate one of your own personal stories, right? That's going to make the post so much more authentic, so much more genuine. And don't forget that you can use the @ symbol, right? The mention, so that they can actually get a notification every time that you're engaging with them. And you can just, really keep that conversation going by asking a follow-up question, really further encouraging that discussion. And when you're genuine, you're going to build that sense of community, that engagement around your brand. The next point is to show appreciation, right? Thank your commenters. If someone has taken time out of their busy schedule to comment on your content, to share something valuable, maybe it's their experience, maybe it's their story, maybe it's that user-generated content, you want to acknowledge it, right? You want to thank them for their contribution, because this really shows your appreciation, and it's going to encourage them to continue to interact with your brand in the future. This can also help build, reciprocity and goodwill. And all of those social media platforms out there give you all these variety of reactions, right? You've got emojis, you've got GIFs, you've got full-length comments, right? And so depending on how you use them, you can get really close to someone who's, praised you, or you can keep things really casual. I like emojis. I like to use them a lot. I love GIFs, for example, like the happy dance, right? You can use that to express yourself. You can use a text box and write something really short, or you could be really thoughtful and write kind of a longer message. And you can really mix it up, right? And it depends on the platform. So on Facebook, you can just put like a one-liner or an emoji. Whereas on Twitter, if you just retweet someone, that's going to put a spotlight on someone who complimented you. And that's usually really, really nice. Then on Instagram, right, you could DM, and just thank them in a comment. On Snapchat, you can send like a smiling selfie or even a video. And then on TikTok, you can just record a really quick clip and use a thank you hashtag, and that's going to do the job. So you can kind of use social media to show off different sides of your personality and really express your appreciation in a few unique ways. And the last thing I'm going to share with you is how you can be a detective, right? And you can use search strategies to find the conversations that are happening about your brand in real time, right? And actually engage with people in real time. And so you can search these conversations with using relevant keywords, relevant hashtags, and you can find those conversations. For example, on Twitter, all you have to do is put in a keyword and a question mark, and you can find all the questions related to that keyword. So let's say I wanted to know what people have questions about golf, right? So I'll put in golf, question mark, or golfing, question mark, and I'm going to find all these questions people have, and then I can create content to answer those questions, or I can jump in on that conversation and offer some advice. And if you use these tips, you can really monitor your social media, find those conversations about your brand, and engage in a real meaningful way with your audience. And with questions being at the end, I think, Stefanie, we're going to wrap it up with value sequencing. Take it away.
Thanks, Shar. All right. So we talked about earlier how easy it is to get distracted, that following up with value is key. So think about the journey your people are on. Some of them haven't really responded to you yet. Others, you might have heard some response, some engagement. Perhaps you've gotten some likes or some comments on social media. Some of them might have even purchased from you once. Others could be on auto renewal. Maybe some recently signed up, and some of them have probably been there for a while, right? And your messaging should reflect their journey. Now, sequencing is setting up those messages. So I'm going to go over that initial outreach message, a few tips and ideas to keep in mind before you get the first response, and then also after they respond. So just real quick, why does sequencing work? Well, meeting people where they are, with regular touch points, of course, shows competence. It shows concern as well as consistency. So that's like a triple of trust, right? All right, so let's get into this. You are in your initial outreach phase, and it's time to reach out, right? You need to have some things maybe to remember when you're putting some of those messages together. So here are some lessons that I'm going to share with you, some of the things that we've learned from sales that make that initial outreach better. And I put it together in an acronym called SPORT. And if you've seen me before, then you know I love to put things on acronyms because it makes it so much easier to remember. So be a good sport when you don't hear back on that first attempt, and follow some of these easy points. All right. So first, remember how busy you are. Don't write a dissertation. Keep it super short when you reach out. Space your lines so that you can make it a little bit more easy to read. All right. And then another thing that you've heard a couple times from me already here is to prove that you're not a robot. People crave human interaction. So what do you know about someone? What can you find out? What can you say that a robot couldn't say? Think about personalizing that outreach. Point out something that you have in common. Are you from the same town? Do you have similar interests? This is going to help you to stand out. And then think about using outreach method variety. So what does this mean? It means don't just stick to one platform, right? Don't just stick to direct messaging on Instagram, not get a response, and then you're giving up. They may not even check it. Sometimes I don't check my direct messages. And I teach this stuff, right? I do this and I generate business online. So one of the things that you can do too, you can comment on their post. Another thing, maybe you can just send them a message. If you have other means of contacting them, maybe you have their phone number, you can text them. Maybe you can actually pick up the phone and call them. I know that's scary. And there's so many other platforms that you can use. I'd say one thing, you can try 3 different methods on the same day, that first day, to grab maximum attention. And some of the best visibility that you can get is to comment on their content a few times in a row, and they're probably going to notice that. They might even notice that before some of that direct messaging comes in. All right. And then remind them. Don't just send one message and leave it, like we said earlier. And also, don't put the burden on yourself every single time to create new value with new messages. You can simply say, bumping this message up, and then just let the message speak for itself, because you took the time to show you weren't a robot. You took the time to show value. Or you can say, bringing this to the top of your inbox in case you missed it. Remember, reminders are helpful. And finally, timing. What's the timing you'll use? Perhaps day 1 is 3 methods. Give it a day. If you haven't heard back from them, you can maybe come back on day 3 and bump it to a previous message, like the outreach message or the DM or the email that you're using. Try a few different strategies and see what works. Also think about the context. Like, are you messaging them at 11 p.m. and they're not seeing it? So think about, when are your potential customers active on social? It's a good idea to reach out to them at this time. All right. So now you've received a response. The person has engaged with your social, they've acknowledged, and they showed a little interest. So you've got to keep them engaged by adding value with multiple touches. Now you might say, how? Well, remember important events. Ask them how you can help them. When you're talking to them, listen to their goals and align them with the opportunity or the product. Just don't go right into the sale immediately. You need to hear them so that you can establish psychological truth. And I'm going to use this acronym here called PLEASE, another acronym to help you remember. And it starts with that psychological truth. You may not have ever heard about psychological truth before, but psychological truth is listening and understanding others, hearing their story so that you understand them. And when you understand others, you earn your own right to be heard. Next is listening. So listen to them, use active listening, paraphrasing, restating, right? Show that you're part of the conversation, not just right? And getting them to stop talking so you can talk. Next is showing empathy. So if they're upset, show concern. If they're excited, get excited with them. Next is accept where they are. Don't get upset if they're not ready yet. Everyone is on their own journey here. So you also want to focus any discussion about a product or about an opportunity specifically on how it solves their problem. Don't word vomit all over them or feature dump. Nobody wants that. And finally, here is to engage. If they're responding, be sure to respond within 24 hours or less. I actually wrote a paper over the pandemic, and we were looking at brands and trustworthy brands and how you feel about brands and people. And those brands that did not respond within 24 hours saw a major decline in trust and value from their customers. All right. So make sure that you are focusing on all of these areas, commenting, make sure that you're liking their social, make sure that you're answering any direct questions that they're giving, especially if you are in that specific conversation and it's going back and forth there. All right. So I don't see any questions, and I know that we are running a bit short on time here. And we have shared so much with you about building trust. when you're writing content, when you're outreaching to customers, when you're interacting on social, and when you're using message sequencing as a reminder tool to scoop up customers and keep your community strong. So we hope that you are feeling empowered and confident about using social media to build your business. So please refer to the workbook if you'd like to reach out to us, to follow our content. And thank you so much for tuning in with us. And we look forward to cheering you along on your journey.
Amazing. Amazing job. You know, the question came in, you actually answered it. The one that then I really wanted to lean into this one. Well, you said it takes 8 to 18 impressions or 8 times to, frequency to reach somebody to really get through them. You can take that same strategy and apply it to your content strategy of knowing, don't just put it all in one post, spread it out like you're telling a story. So which I think then you guys came in and started talking more about. Great stuff. Great training. Really like to the point. I absolutely loved it. I got a lot out of it, and I know our audience did as well. So I also was I was remiss in, I should have mentioned that you both actually are fellows of the DSEF, or DSEF fellows, right? Which is the Direct Selling Education Foundation. So on behalf of the DSA, Joe and Melissa asked, wanted to make sure that we say thank you. And from the industry, we say thank you for everything you do for this industry, keeping it up to date, keeping us smart and on our toes with social media. It's been an absolute honor having you part of Social Media Day, and I hope you'll be a part of everyone from here on out. So thank you both, doctors. Do you like that? I call you the doctors of social. I think there's something there.
I love it. That's fun.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you for everything you brought, and we will talk to you soon. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
All right. That was fun. We got a powerhouse coming up here. You need to get ready. Get ready for this one. What I want to do, though, is I'm going to give you a chance to stand up for a minute, but I just wanted to share one thing with you. When it comes to the content, and when it comes to, wait, this isn't the one I wanted to show. Hold on, wrong one. There's so many different types of content. You're talking about consistency. There's reels, there's posts, there's stories, there's lives. This could be a day into itself. I'm going to tell you one little nugget. I have reels up on the left there. Reels are really designed, the way the algorithm is working with Facebook and Instagram is, reels are really designed to be shown to people you don't know. Have you noticed your feed is showing up with content of people you're not connected to, and it comes up as suggested? Well, that's the algorithm saying, you may like this piece of content based on what we know about you. Reels is a great way to find new people to bring into your community, while posts and stories and lives still are really targeted towards your community, the people that are following you. Now, some of them show up and get shown to more. The better the content is, which the guy up next is going to tell you more about how to make great content and how to do it right. But Reels, I thought, was interesting because everybody's leaning into Reels. We're going to take a 1-minute break here, and we're going to actually show you something that we produce. We do a lot of, we call them Reels School. We're going to show you one little fun trick of how to make a reel with multiple products. Watch that, and we're going to come back at the tail end, and we're going to bring on the next speaker. Welcome to Reels School. Here's how to showcase multiple products in a really fun way. Set up your camera, put it on a tripod so it doesn't move, and set up all 4 products in this case, and then take a picture of all of them as the finished layout. Next, what you're going to want to do is remove one of the products, then go and take a picture of the 3. Then you're going to do the same thing. I'm going to remove one more product and take a picture. And then I'm going to remove one more time and take a picture. Now I'm left with one product, so I'm going to go in and remove that. So I start with a blank screen and take that picture. All right, now you've got your setup. Let's build it. This is cool. So you're going to go to Instagram. You're going to click on the plus sign and then choose Reels. Then what you're going to do is you're going to select your first image. There we go. And I'm going to do it in reverse. I'm going to pick the blank one first, trim that all the way down to the first line, click Add. Go click the second one, trim it all the way down to the line, and click Add. Do the same thing again, trim it. And then you'll see here, once I add that, I'm going to do it 2 more times. Here's with the 3.
And then I'll do it one more time here with the final shot. Trim that down and click add. So here's what happens. Click next and that's what you got. Isn't that fun? But we're not done. Now you can add some extras. So what you could do is you could go in now and click in music and add something and put music behind it. Or you can go add stickers, polls, anything else, text. And once you get it to where you want it, simply click on next, write your caption in, and share it. So there's a quick, easy way to showcase your products.
Right? That was easy enough. We got a million of them. They're so great. You know, I was always I thought I was scared to do reels and the technology and things, but they've made it so easy. They give you templates. It's a great way to get your message and your personal brand out to more people. All right, let's keep this rolling. This is one of my favorite speakers in the world. He is actually one of the biggest speakers on social media in the world. He's coming to us from the other side of the world. Can I say world enough? He's an author of 2 best-selling books. He started the Success Summit, which is the biggest general training of social media throughout Europe. He is the network marketing ninja. He's a good friend. He's amazing. You're going to love your time with him. Please welcome Frazer Brooks.
I'm telling you, if you believe in every single cell in your body that this works, you will go and tell the world.
Frazer, he's a man who does it with the heart. You know, you can feel it. This guy wants to bring value to you, you know, and to the industry. And I think he's doing a fantastic job at it.
Please welcome to the stage one of the best trainers the world has in this industry.
The one and the only Frazer Brooks!
If I want to be a legend instead of a loser, I've got to go to work, because any one of us can live the life we want if we make the decision and do the work. Network marketing works 100% of the time for 100% of people who give it the time. 3 rules in network marketing, and then I'm off the stage. Protect your energy at all costs. Protect the company at all costs. And lastly, protect the industry at all costs. I really look forward to seeing and getting to know your stories, and thank you so much. All right. Hey, legends. Frazer Brooks here, coming to you today live from Dubai. So I am officially in the future. It is 9:16 p.m. on Monday, the 8th of May. So the future is bright. Today is going to be an incredible day. Today is an incredible day. And I just want to say a massive thank you to each and every single one of you who are not only attending, not only have promoted, but also have helped run this event as well. And big love and big shout out to the DSA for everything they do, and Scott, everything that you do to make this event possible. So I want to share with you a real quick story first and foremost, because I have a bit of a different perspective on using social media to build a business in network marketing. Because in 1987, my network marketing career began, but I wasn't born until 1988. So whenever I say that, people are like, huh? Like, how does that work? Well, my mum was pregnant with me. I was in the womb of my mum. And my dad, him and my mum, they lived in this home in a place called Southport in the northwest of the UK. I'm from a very small place called Southport that's very, very, very close to Liverpool. Hence why you might hear a little bit of John Lennon, Paul McCartney from the Beatles in my accent. That's where I'm originally from. So they lived in this house and they couldn't afford to pay the bills. So my dad come up with this idea that he was going to rent the different rooms in the house to complete strangers, and he filled the house. One day he wakes up, he walks from his bedroom where my mum was sleeping with me, cloudy-eyed. He walks into the bathroom, and sat on the toilet going about his morning routine was one of the tenants from bedroom number 2. And he's like, get out, get out, get out. And my dad's like, whoa, 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 whoa. And my dad decides to go to the downstairs toilet. As he's walking down the stairs, he has his enough is enough moment. Now, I don't know how many of you guys watching and tuning into this have had that enough is enough moment, but it frustrated him that it allowed the universe to give him different options. And he didn't stay frustrated. He became fascinated, as Jim Rohn famously said, right? He turned his frustration into fascination. So he got down into the kitchen. He got some milk out of the fridge, made himself a tea or a coffee, turned around, and on the kitchen table was a newspaper opened up. that had a picture of an Aston Martin sports car. Remember, this is 1987. And it said MLM, MLM, MLM. I drive an Aston Martin. You can too. Call me now. My dad thought MLM, which we know as multi-level marketing, is kind of morphed into network marketing, right? We know that as that, but he didn't. It was 1987. There was no Google. There was no one to call. There was no, you didn't go to a library and get an encyclopedia. He thought that MLM stood for Make Love Monthly. That's what he thought it was. Make Love Monthly, Make Love Monthly, Make Love Monthly. I drive an Aston Martin. You can too. Call me now. I'm in. Picks up the phone, rings the guy. It was from a newspaper advertisement. The guy laughed at him and invited him to his first ever event in a place called Blackpool in the northwest of the UK. I was in the room, in the womb, and on October the 26th, 1987, when my dad said it was my first memory because he saw people who were walking across the stage who couldn't walk and chew gum at the same time, and he thought, if they can do it, so can I. He was elbowing my mum, which was me in the head, and I was like, whoa, 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 whoa. All right, Dad, let's do this thing. I wasn't even born at the time. Since then, network marketing has been 100% of my life. In fact, if you cut my wrists, network marketing comes out. Like, it's just everything I know. It's everything I talk about. And before I get into this, I want to just give you something for those of you who are parents. I recently became a parent 4 months ago. A lot of people say, how do you explain it? And they say they can't explain it. But how I explain it is nothing in the world seems to matter, but everything seems to matter. When I'm with her, nothing matters. But then I'm like, I need to get to work and show her what's possible. Her name's Mia. We love her dearly. And I'm excited for her to be a part of the network marketing profession as well, her entire life, because it's going to be in my life for all eternity. Anyway, so the amazing thing is I have the perspective of being a child who's grown up with a mum and dad who were full-time, all the time, obsessed with network marketing. And yes, there were moments in my childhood where I thought my mum and dad loved network marketing more. And these were in the days where they didn't have a mobile phone, sat on the sofa. It was the days where they were actually on the phone or actually speaking to people face to face, right? But when I was 18 years old, I'm not going to share the full story, but when I was 18 years old, my life completely changed because I realized, oh my days, my mum and dad have not been sacrificing time with me and my brother for their own benefit to build the business. They've been sacrificing their time in the network marketing space for our benefit. Their dream was what me and my brother wanted. If we dreamt to go to Disneyland, they worked hard and sacrificed their time to be able to take us to Disneyland. So as a parent, as a mom, as a dad, please know, don't have that mom guilt. Don't have that dad guilt. I promise you, the long term in the future, when they're old enough to understand, when they see you do what you're doing, the sacrifice that you're taking, you will be their number one hero. Number one hero. And my mom and dad are my heroes. So, second day I joined network marketing. When I actually joined network marketing, it was 2010-ish. It was nearly, well, over 13 years ago, now 14 years ago. My dad got me in my second day, which was my first full day. My dad got me in his car, and we lived in a place called like Formby, which is very close to Liverpool. Now, if you ever go to the beaches in the UK, it has to be a perfect day for it to even be a little bit good, right? Because the weather sucks in the UK. It's so bad. And this happened to be in April, and the weather was awful. It was raining, it was freezing. But in Formby, we lived about a 5-minute drive away from one of the greatest beaches there is on a good day, right? If you go on Google Images and you type in Formby Beach, it will look pretty flipping cool. So we're on there, we're on the beach, drive to the beach. I'm saying, Dad, why are we on the beach? He said, I need to show you something. It's something I need to show you. It's a visual thing. Now, we're both on the beach. Like, there's miles to the left, miles to the right, hundreds of meters to the sea, hundreds of meters to the sand dunes. It's a really big beach. And it's freezing. I have a pair of jeans, a pair of boots, 2 T-shirts, a jumper, a blazer, not like a blazer, like a jacket, and a thick coat with hat, with gloves, with scarf. I'm freezing. I don't want to be here. I'm like, Dad, why am I here? He said, wait. Be patient. He pulls out a black tie from his inside pocket, and he puts the black tie around my eyes. I can't see anything. Now, if it wasn't my dad, I would think it was some sort of serial killer, and I would have been running and screaming in some direction. away from this guy, but it was my dad. So I trusted him. And trust is a key through line for this entire event. Would you guys agree? So I'm sat there. I'm stood there. I'm freezing cold. I don't want to be here. Dad, what have I got? Why is there a black tie around my face? He said, right, Frazer. My dad calls me Frazer. Right? There are 1 million small rocks in front of you. And underneath one of the small rocks, I've marked an X. Right? I've marked an X in chalk. When you find the rock with the X on it, I'm going to give you $1 million. Now, my dad had made a lot of money in network marketing, so I believed him. Right? I was like, I'm in, Dad, let's go. He said, whoa. How many rocks are you going to flip over? I said, I'm going to flip over as many rocks as I need until I find the one with the X on it. He said, but how will you know that you found the one with the X on it when you're blindfolded? I was like, good point. Okay. I'm going to flip over all the rocks, and then I'm going to take the blindfold off because there aren't any more rocks to flip over. And then I'm going to look around and find the one with the X on it. He said, bingo. And he said to me, the problem with most people in network marketing is they stop when they feel that they have enough people to work with. Right? And I know this is not necessarily social media, but I have to mention it because when you're building on social media, there'll become a point where you feel that you've recruited enough and you will get comfortable. Your social media game will slow down, or you'll change because you're maybe not looking for everyone and you're looking for a specific person. And guess what's going to happen? Your team are going to do exactly what you do. When my dad was 40 years old, he announced his retirement from network marketing. He'd made millions of dollars. 40 years old, guys. He had a party, big tent in the back garden, and said, guys, I retire. The friends and family were like, what? And the people who were in his team at the party were like, whoa! His entire team of leadership also retired. So you've got to stay in the game. You've got to keep flipping the rocks. But here's the problem. A lot of you listening in, and a lot of us, all of us, we don't have enough rocks to flip to find our superstar. We don't have enough rocks to flip in order for us to break free and break through. So we have to use social media to be able to generate leads. Now, I've been asked to talk about the kind of the latest and greatest tools and ways to build your network marketing business. But here's the thing. I'm very, very fortunate, very blessed in the industry that I'm in. I'm completely generic, 100%. I serve all different companies and all different teams in all different countries, spoken on stage in 33 countries. It's kind of weird when the first time I held the microphone, I burst into tears and didn't say a word because I was super, super scared. So now I've been blessed to be able to speak all over the world, and I'm very, very fortunate to do that. But what I do is I work with leaders and companies in every different market. And what we've noticed and identified is very interesting that since COVID, people aren't doing the basics. Now, it sounds basic to say that, but network marketing is about doing the basics better and more often. That's what it is. It's about turning strangers into friends, friends into family. But so many of us have got obsessed with the hacks. Now, I could blow your mind today and fill the entire board with loads. I could give you 100 different hacks, and you'll be leaving like, can't wait. But you'll become obsessed and addicted with hacks. But here's the thing, guys, write it down. Habits beat hacks. There is no point in me giving you the hacks if you don't turn a habit with those hacks that you benefit from. So I'm going to take things back really basic. I'm going to talk about the different ways that you can build your network marketing business. Some of them you might be thinking, that's so 2015, but it's the basics and it works. Attending events in person is so 1995. But guess what? It's a fundamental. Social media is putting the fun into the fundamentals. We don't change the fundamentals. We generate a lead. We see if they're open. We give them the presentation. We follow up with them. We follow up with them. We follow up with them. They always say the fortune's in the follow-up. It's not. It's in the follow-ups. It's plural. We don't follow up once. We follow up many times. Then we close and we launch them. We get them to an event. It's a funnel. It's a process. So I believe that network marketing is in the shipping business. Now, whenever I say that, people are like, well, no, we ship products, but we're not in the shipping business. We're in the education business, the growth business, the personal development business, the opportunity business, the direct selling business, whatever. I believe it's in the shipping business. Here's why. It all starts with a friendship. Then we have to build a relationship, to one day start a partnership, to then with your mentorship, create leadership so that one day you're going to go off like a rocket ship. Although previously it felt like an apprenticeship, and then one day you're going to win a championship. It's a shipping business. So I want to share with you some of the fundamentals that I believe are going to help you. And it's amazing listening to the like Scott and Erin and the doctors of social media. I love that. It's amazing hearing them because a lot of what I'm going to share, they've already covered. And this is amazing because it's the fundamentals. But I want to give you a fundamental funnel. Scott actually talked about it in a different way, which is beautiful. And then I want to give you a kind of a daily method of operation to make things so basic that everyone, no matter their hunger or desire, will win. Okay, so here we go. Let's draw out our funnel. Scott's looked way better than mine. And there's 3 levels. We call it know, like, trust. So on social media, this is your social media. This is your social media funnel. You don't need any kind of other funnels. You just need to get people to know you. Now, if you think about all the different types of content, and again, Scott highlighted them before on his wonderful image that he created. If you think about all the different ways to get known, what types of content can you create to be known? Well, the first one that comes into most people's minds are Reels, which also covers TikTok. Here's what won't get you known: Instagram stories. They won't. Why? The only people who watch your stories are people who follow you or stalk you. Now, a follower is someone who hits the follow button. A stalker is someone who follows you without hitting the follow button because they don't want you to know that you follow them. They're like, oh, I'm going to see everything that they're doing in their life, but I'm not going to hit follow. I'm not going to hit follow. Yeah. Those are usually the haters, which are also known as confused supporters. Okay? Every single time your story gets viewed by a follower or a stalker or a hater, it does not matter. It's going to move your story closer to the left-hand side of the story feed, meaning more people are going to see you, right? So here we go. Reels, TikTok, Instagram stories is not that. Instagram lives is also not there, but Facebook lives are, right? And then we got posts. You can put YouTube videos there, right? All of these things are going to get you known, right? You're doing a reel. You're doing a TikTok. You're doing your Facebook lives. You're doing your posts. You do your YouTube videos, right? All of these things are going to get you known. Amazing. So these are the posts that you need to do the most. Why? No one's going to like you if they don't know you. And no one is ever going to trust you if they like you and before that know you. Okay? Think about the biggest brands in the world. The ones that you're thinking about, I'm probably thinking about too. Apple, Nike, Starbucks. I hope some of you guys are thinking of some of those too. Apple, Nike, Starbucks. Why do we trust those brands? Why are they such big brands? Why do we like those brands? Because we flipping know about them, right? They're absolutely massive. So when it comes to content, Reels are to be known. Facebook Lives are to be known. And again, it's an interesting conversation because whenever we ask and we poll our community, what's your favorite app? Right now, Instagram seems to be the most favorite app, right? TikTok was it for a little bit, and then Instagram seems to be the favorite one. But if we poll the same audience and say, which app are you getting the best response from or growth from? It's not TikTok. It's not Instagram. It's Facebook. Facebook is king or queen right now. So don't neglect it. For those of you who are like, oh yeah, Facebook's boring, don't neglect it. Take your reels from Instagram or take your videos from TikTok and move them on to Facebook. Super, super simple to do that. Okay? So that's how to be known. And again, very, very simple. Scott mentioned some great ways of Reels School as well, how he can help you. I'm not going to go into the specifics of the actual details on how you could become a beast using Reels. But what I would say is just document your life. We work very closely with a couple of Indian girls who actually use their stories as Reels. That means they're posting 20 plus times a day on their Reels. And they are crushing it. Crushing it. Now, we don't think that. We're like, the stories are for the stories, the Reels for the Reels. But everyone sees the Reels. Only your followers, your stalkers, and your haters see your stories. So why not download the Reels? So download your stories from time to time and post them into your Reels. Oh, but it doesn't look pretty. Doesn't. Guys, get messy. Get going and get messy. Get good, get smart. That's like a 3-step process, right? Get good, get going, get good, get smart. Anyway, so if Reels are to get known, how do we get liked? How do we get liked? This is where live video and stories come in. Okay, let's go. Let me put like this. Whee. Lives and stories. Okay. Now, lives and stories. Again, some of you are thinking, oh God, lives are so 2018, so 2017, so 2020, 2019, whatever it might be, right? But if you think about it, how many times have you watched someone's reels and you get to know the name of their dog, why they called it the name of their dog, how they met their husband or wife, how they're feeling today, what they're into, what their favorite movie is, what their favorite book is. You hardly ever see a reel where you go, in this video, I want to share with you why The Shawshank Redemption is my favorite movie. You hardly ever see that. Instead, you see this. Just a load of miming, or you might get the occasional twerk. There we go. We twerked. We got it. We got the twerk in there on social media day. All right. So we don't share enough depth on our reels, right? People aren't really knowing who we are. They find out who we are, and that's fine, but they really need to like us. And people like people when I want to be like her, or wow, she's just like me. Wow, wouldn't it be amazing to be friends with her, right? So I'm already like her, I want to be like her, or I want to be friends with her. But they're not going to see that. They're not necessarily going to see that just by your reels. So here's the thing, go live every day, go live every week. How many lives do you have to do? You can do as many or as little as you want. But what I recommend is do 30 lives in 30 days just for the confidence. Now, you probably heard this before, 30-day challenge, yeah, but how many of you have actually done it? And once you've done it, how many of you have then gone on to actually do a live once or twice, maybe 3 times a week? So some of the most powerful things, your story, right? Your story connects you to the world. People flipping love stories. What do we say in network marketing? Facts tell, stories sell. It's true. So write down all the stories that have happened to you in your life. Keep a story inventory. What about reading books? Read a book or read a chapter or read a few paragraphs and then bang, go live about it. Something amazing happened in your life? Talk about it. Something not so amazing happened in your life? Talk about it. Here's the thing, guys. In order for people to like you, you have to talk about the ups and downs. Think about it this way. Let's say, now I don't like roller coasters. In fact, I despise roller coasters. I have a huge phobia of them, but I've gone on a few. I feel like I've completed the roller coaster game, right? I've done more than enough, right? Have you ever been on a roller coaster where you get on and it's like 3, 2, 1, go, and it just does this? Well done. You completed the roller coaster. Off you pop. No, it doesn't go slow and smooth. The roller coaster is, and it goes down and up and down and up, and the camera flashes. Does the camera flash when you're on the up? Smile for the camera. No, the camera flashes when you're going through a dip, when you're going through a down. You're like, ah. You could be like, ah. You could be like, ah. You could be screaming. The camera takes a photo of you and you laugh at it when you go and see the photo that it's taken on your way out. Why? Because people get more value because they can relate to you more when you're losing versus when you're winning. Here's a thing that I've identified on social media, and I talk about it a lot in my communities, is that most people are showing off when in reality you need to be showing up. Instead of showing off by trying to make yourself look good, post on purpose to help other people become good, right? So don't show off being like, hey, everyone, today was a great day. I'm a winner all the time. Instead of, hey guys, today I want to share with you something that happened to me in my life and the lessons that I learned from it. Share the struggle before the success. If you want to get good at storytelling, share a struggle and then the success. 2 examples, person A and person B. We got person red and we got person blue. Person A posts like this, goes live or in the stories goes, hey everybody. I don't know why I use the accent. It just gives more emphasis on it, I guess. Hey everybody. I am so good that I just bought myself a red Ferrari. Go me. Don't really need to say much more about that. Person B, person blue, writes this post or goes live or shares this story. When I was 7 years old, I used to have a red toy Ferrari that it was attached to me. In fact, if we left the house without the red toy Ferrari, I would scream in the car until my mum and dad went back to pick it up. I love this thing. And as life progressed, I came to a realization that I probably wouldn't get the red Ferrari. But someone introduced me to an incredible opportunity, and I had to say yes, because I thought this is my chance to get that red Ferrari. It's been 12 years now, 8 years now, 7 years ago. And today I just picked up the keys to the red Ferrari. And after I've posted this, I'm going to my mum to show her the car that I've just bought. Now, some people might still be like, oh God, this guy, like, what a loser, what an idiot, what a show off. The majority of people will go, wow, what a story. What was the decision you made? How did you make it happen? Why? Because they relate to that. We relate to people who go through a struggle more than success. And honestly, if you want the hacks, if you want the latest and greatest tools, it's not a tool, it's a story. It's always a story. You're one story away from your next prospect. You're one story away from your next lead. You're one story away from your next sale. You're one story away from your next team member. You're one story away to helping someone blow their mind. Why do we promote events all the time? Because we want people to hear the stories in the event, the stories on stage, the stories in the hallway, because that's what changes your life. Not a reel, not a live, none of that. The stories that you share within. So, lives, share the stories. Now, a lot of you guys are like, oh, I can't go live, I can't go live, I can't go live, I can't go live. Here's the thing. The fear of judgment is one of the biggest ones here. But understand that no one knows your story more than you do. No one can judge you based on your story. Oh, that's wrong. No, it's not. It's my story. And here's the thing, guys. At the end of the day, I want you to imagine, like in Spain, if you go to Spain and Europe, Spain's amazing. It's very dry heat. Very dry weather. You'll hear these things called crickets, right? And they like make this noise like, and it's like they kind of like vibrate their kind of like limbs against the body, and it makes that noise. And if you go up to one of these crickets and hold it in your hand, it's silent. It's the exact same as a hater. From a distance, when they're all with their friends, they're and when you get up close to them, they don't say anything. Because they're loud when they're at distance and they're silent when you're up close to them. So don't let a hater stop you. In fact, haters are your elevators. The more haters you gather, guess what? The higher you're going to climb. But it stops so many of you because we have that fear. Tell stories you will never lose. And again, go live, tell the stories, and then how can you break that live up into a series of 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 stories? Again, how can you share? Like, if you can say things like this, it's kind of like that time when I XYZ, right? It's kind of like, or can any of you relate to this? Or has any of you had this happen? Relatability is the number one thing we need on social media. And we only do that not by showing our highlights. Why? Because highlights aren't relatable. We do that by telling stories, by preparing to be vulnerable, and by sharing our successes as well as our struggles. I guarantee you every success you've had, there's a struggle to tell before it. So when you're writing your stories out, think about it. When you're writing your stories out, what is the pain, right? What is the lesson? What's the opportunity that you had and what's the triumph? That's also known as plot, right? You'll notice that every movie goes through, it has a plot. I also love acronyms, doctors. I love acronyms. My headset's having a bad time here. Okay, pain. What's the painful scenario? Again, story one could be, hey guys, has anyone ever had this happen to them when they go to the petrol store, when they go to the petrol garage, and whatever the pain might be? It's probably a bad example. Then you move on to the second story. But you know what? I've learned this amazing lesson. What's the lesson? Third story, opportunity. This is in your Instagram or Facebook stories, by the way. Third story, opportunity. Learning from that lesson, I've realized that I need to go all in with my business, or I need to go all in serving other people. You can use more persuasive language. And then the T is for triumph. How did you triumph? Because you'll notice that the pain and the lesson is a struggle, positive struggle. The opportunity is the moment, the dot, and then the T is the up. Again, you relate more in the downs than the ups. Okay? The last one here is trust. Now, I have an equation for trust. I have an equation, and I've got an equation for trust. I've followed this for years and years and years, and all it is truth plus time equals trust. That's my equation. Very, very simple. Truth plus time equals trust. So here's the thing. Are you honestly telling the truth on social media every day? Now, some of you are going, yeah, I have. Have you ever shared a dark moment? Have you ever shared a secret? Nope. Then are you really telling the truth? Now, some things aren't made for social media, right? But what are the struggle stories? What are the maybe not the most amazing stories that you can tell that make people go, whoa, like this guy is showing it all. This girl's telling it all. One of the greatest movements on social media in the network marketing space was the Get Ready With Me movement. People still do it today. But the vulnerability of women having, and I love women with no makeup, by the way. I always say to Svetlana, like, no, don't want you to wear makeup. I don't want you to wear makeup because she's just, stunning without it. But the vulnerability of a woman having no makeup and not having maybe her confidence skin on, right? Like going live on a camera, there's incredible trust that's created with that. Why? Because a lot of people then go, I would love to be able to do that. I would love to be able to do that. Maybe at this stage, I couldn't. And they try it once, they do it, they realize they didn't die by doing it. And the confidence that they get, something magical happens. So consistency, right? We talked about it earlier. Consistency, by telling the truth, over time, you'll build trust. You don't know when you've got the trust from someone. It's not like, oh, if you do this for 17 different times, you will have the trust. We don't know. Why? If I meet you today, right? Scott, I met Scott maybe a couple of years ago now. I trusted him within about 3.7 seconds. Why? Because I'm the type of person who just trusts people very quickly. However, what if I had gone through a divorce? What if a best friend screwed me over? What if I have a story with my parents where I don't even trust my parents? It might take me 2, 3, 4, 5 years to trust someone to the level that I would like to, right? People trust different people in different time frames. So you just have to make the commitment. You know what? I absolutely love posting about golf. So I'm just going to post about golf and my stories and golf about story and my stories and my stories and my golf and the golf and the story. I'm just going to keep posting it. Because there are going to be people out there who after a week, a month, a year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, who are going to trust me so much that they'll do anything. They'll do anything that I ask. Now, how do you actually make money and sell? Because some of you are like, this is all good and I'm getting people to know me, like me, and trust me, but I don't understand how to actually make money here. The money is made. Whoops, I don't know what that is. Magic board? Wait. The money is made in the messenger. Here's what we found. The moment you start selling on social media is the moment that your algorithm decides that it hates you. It's the moment that Facebook and Instagram and TikTok go, whoa, we don't like you. Now, you still make sales. You still make sales, but the idea is, and Scott mentioned it before, that conversations are the currency here, right? In fact, commissions come after conversations, and conversations come after the content you create. So you create content. How can you get them into the messenger so you can talk about what you or they want to talk about? Well, you create reels, it gets engagement, you message them. You go live and you get some comments, you message them. You're so consistent and you're seeing in your stories that Mary has watched every single story of yours for the last 2 weeks. Guess what you do? You message her. You're not going to do a reel and go, hey, everyone, in fact, you, Mary, I'm talking to you in this reel. No one else matters. You need to call me on +1 973. Like, you're not going to do that. But in the messenger, you're going to reach out. Hey, Mary, I was thinking about you earlier. How's things? It's a conversation. Oh, but Frazer, it's weird. It's weird speaking to strangers. It's weird initiating the conversation. Here's the thing. Write this down, please. The person who instigates the conversation wins. The person who instigates the conversation wins. So when baby Mia was born, all my friends from back home, all my friends live in like the Liverpool area. I'm obviously in Dubai. I get a wave of messages. Oh, congrats. That's so cool. Being a dad is the best. You're going to love it. If you need us, like, let us know. Blah, 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 blah. I'm like, wow, I feel so loved. Everyone's messaging me. This is great. But since then, I have not heard from one of my friends based on like how you're getting on with the baby. Like, has she started teething yet? What is it being like with the nappies, the diapers? And I spoke to a friend of mine. He's a relationship specialist, and he said, why are you saying that they're being a bad friend? Because you're waiting for them to message you. Why don't you message them and be the good friend? Because they might be at home thinking, oh, Frazer's really bad friend. Like, I would have thought he would have sent us an update or a photo of the baby. Like, the person who instigates the conversation is always the person who wins. So don't be the investigator trying to figure out, like, why aren't they messaging me? Attraction marketing, Mr. and Mrs. Universe, please let Mary, Bob, and Sarah message me today because she's seen all my content. Instead of being the investigator, be the instigator and just reach out and say, hey, not hi, dear, not hi, not hey, babe, not hi, girl. It's, hey, Scott, how you doing? That's it. That's it. Now, some people are going to go, oh, whoa, that's weird. If you think it's weird, because whatever you believe to be true is true. So really, really quickly, I've got 5 minutes before I'm going to bring Scott back on here. And by the way, guys, before I do that, you're going to win in this situation because either you're going to make a sale, which is going to be great, or because not everyone's going to buy from you. Not everyone who knows you, likes you, trusts you is going to buy from you. But here's what will happen. Either option one, they join the team or make a sale, or option two, they become what's called a raving fan. Now, I haven't got enough time to go into what a raving fan is, but or how to go really deep in how to generate raving fans. But a raving fan will actually fill your funnel more than anything else. A raving fan will go to their friends. Do you follow Frazer Brooks on Instagram? Do you follow Scott on Facebook? Oh my days, are you not following the Direct Selling Association Instagram page? They will actually bring more people into your funnel than anything else will. They become soldiers on your mission as long as your mission is known. If you're talking about golf, food, fashion, sports, your relationship, your dog, your baby, what you had for dinner last night, try and post about everything, you'll be known for nothing. So in your lives, hi, my name is Frazer Brooks, and I'm on a mission to raise the professionalism of network marketing done online to unite the industry and make it sexy again. What gets repeated gets remembered, but what gets remembered gets repeated. So the more times I repeat the same mission, guess what? I then create soldiers who are going out there and going, you're in social media, you like social media, you like network marketing, follow Frazer, follow Frazer, follow Frazer, follow Frazer. You don't get to hundreds of thousands of followers on your own. You don't. You do it with help. The same with network marketing success. You don't do it on your own. You do it with help and support of your team. Okay, so really, really quickly, I'm going to go real quick on this. ABC. 1, 2, 3. We know that Jackson 5 song, right? Here we go. Always be closing. Not in network marketing. Always be connecting. Always be connecting. This is a very simple DMO. This is the key. This is the key to confidence. This is the key to posture. This is the key to growth on social media in network marketing. If we are always connecting and we're teaching people to always connect, guess what? We never run out of people to talk to. And therefore, our posture increases, our confidence increases, and the want and need to go and speak to everyone improves. So always be connecting with the new person. So here we go. 1 post a day, right? This is the focus. Have you done your 1 today? Have you done your post today? Now, again, this is main feed. This is not posting groups. This is not stories. This is your reels, your lives, your posts. Just 1 a day. Just 1 a day. Now, 2 asks a day. Just ask 2 people a day if they're open to your opportunity or open to your product. Now, again, preferably these are people on your list. Preferably these are people who have engaged in your content. Preferably it's people who are watching your stories or your lives. But ask 2 people a day. So you wake up, do a post, and before you have breakfast, ask 2 people a day. Hey, Mary, just curious, would you be open to checking out some information on a game-changing system that I use to help me release some weight? No worries if not, just thought I would ask. And you guys, you can kind of, find your scripts and find what you can and can't do inside your own company. The 3. Let's go 3 people to your list per day. Okay? I know my writing is not epic. It's quite hard to train it and say it and write it on a vertical screen at the same time. So if you're going to speak to 2 people a day, this is something that changed the game for me when I was building and what we teach inside of our communities, is that if you're asking 2 people a day, eventually you start thinking, well, my list is I'm going to run out of people to talk to at some point. So here's the thing. By posting once a day and by actively going into Facebook groups or going onto other people's stories or seeing ads that you come across, you're obviously going to get people to join your list, but you need to actively go out there, because if your list grows by 3 people a day and you ask 2 of them, that's actually very difficult to do. If your list grows by 3 people a day and you ask 2 of them, then technically that day you've gained 1 person on your list. So your list never dies. And if your list has no limit, your business has no limit. If your business has no limit, your income has no limit. And if your income has no limit, your legacy has no limit. One of my favorite songs, no, 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 there's no limit. Why? Because in network marketing, there is no limit. Here is a very basic DMO, very basic system that people can follow, because honestly, if everyone knows the system, then it's a system. If they don't know the system, it ain't a system. So always be connecting. 1 post a day, 2 asks a day, 3 people to add to your list every single day, and you will win. Scott, I really appreciate you, brother. I'm grateful for your friendship. I'm grateful for the leadership that you had, and especially in the role here with the social media day. I think it is absolutely incredible. I think it's needed. I think it's necessary. And I hope there's just one thing that someone has learned from this that can allow them to move their business forward. And again, if I can help you in any way, if you're a network marketer wanting to build on social media, then always feel free. My inbox is always open. It's a weird thing to say, but my inbox is always open. Feel free to message me and I will do my absolute best to help you through any challenges that you might be facing. So thanks for having me, mate. I really appreciate it.
Frazer, you're amazing, man. So good, so much fun. You brought the energy after lunch here. So I got to tell you, you know what my favorite thing that you said is, because I get it all the time. I'm sure you do too, which is Facebook's dead. Everybody's on TikTok and Instagram. Facebook's dead. Facebook. No, it's not.
It's not. No, it's a beast.
My thing, I mean, tell me if you agree. I mean, TikTok, I have to say, is the guilty one of making me a passive. I'm going to sit and just watch. I'm not interacting. I'm not having conversations. I'm just laughing. In fact, I would say, if I see somebody I know on TikTok, I'm not here to see people I know. I'm here to look at great people do food or make me laugh and do stupid things, right?
Well, yeah, it's an interesting one, because it's an incredible platform to really establish your niche, because you can just create loads of different stuff on TikTok and something booms and you're like, oh, people really love it when I talk about, washing the kitchen, or they really love it when I talk about travel hacks or whatever it might be. But it's not the best platform to connect. No. Because the messenger sucks. Yeah. Like it really, really sucks. So it's great to find your niche and then leverage that and create the energy onto Instagram and back to Facebook. But Facebook's just an absolute beast.
I still believe though, go do your reels, go find your niche, go entertain, make me laugh, make me fall in love with what you're doing. But we're going to connect and communicate and build community over on Facebook.
Totally.
Right.
Totally. And that's again, like some people are obsessed with TikTok because they're getting a massive amount of engagement, but anyone who gets a big amount of engagement, if they're not converting it into sales and into leads, into team members, then I would always be open to the other platforms to see if you can, leverage the same effort or similar effort to get the results that you want, And
I also love that you said, get messy.
Always.
I mean, people try to be like, I'm too afraid. It has to be perfect. It has to be this. People actually, you get better engagement the more, I mean, we'll use pretty words like authentic and organic, but the more just raw, kind of rough you are, gets more engagement.
Well, I'm a great believer in progression is created from people seeing you. Inspiration creates the progression and the perfection. Like when people see you go from here to here, that's perfect. Like, oh my days, I want that perfect progression. I want that perfect growth. Not, I'm already here. Like, I'm perfect. Because people can't relate to it. But when someone sees you go from, zero to hero, loser to legend, or nothing to something, that is what's the perfect thing on social media. That's the message. Yeah. And you only do that by showing people, hey, I'm not very good at this thing, or I'm a bit messy at this, but I'm going to get good. and I want you to come with me.
Yeah. I love it. I'm doing it I'm doing cooking TikToks right now, and I'm watching my stupid hand in the shot of the camera, and I'm like, no, I'm leaving it. I'm learning.
That's it, man. People want to see it.
Right? My potato salad got 800 views, so you better watch out.
I'll go check it out, get some tips.
Frazer, you are a legend, man. You were so good. We enjoy having you so much. I'm sure everyone I know my personal DMs were blowing up. That just your style is so great. You're so amazing at your training and the way it lands. So thank you for being here with us today, and we hope to see you again really soon. All right, that was fun. He's always a great one for bringing the energy. I know you guys want to stand up and stretch, but and we're gonna let you do that. But I want to make sure you know we've got another amazing speaker. I know what she's going to talk about. She talks about one thing because I've actually asked her to do it because it's actually, it just kind of hits you and you just go, yes, I get it. So she's going to be bringing it here to as our final speaker. So please stay tuned. But why don't we take a quick 2-minute break, get up, stretch, use the restroom, grab some water, but come right back, okay? Because this next one, you're going to absolutely love her, okay? We'll see you in a minute. right, welcome back. Welcome back to Social Media Day. I'm Scott Kramer. I hope you guys have been enjoying yourself. I didn't get that emoji one. Those Disney movie ones get me. I got elephant tent, and that was Dumbo. I don't know. I guess I'm looking for the word association, but maybe I'm not too good at that one. Real quick tip here, and then we're going to roll into our final session of the day here. Or actually, not our final, because we have a surprise for you at the end, so you're definitely going to want to stick around. Everybody asked me about hashtags and what are hashtags for. And now this new thing, what's better than hashtags? Keywords. What do I mean? Well, I like to look at, they're similar, okay? Hashtags are how you basically, when you add hashtags to your content, you're putting it in a topic, okay? Hashtag cooking. So if somebody's looking for cooking or hashtag recipes and they're looking for recipes, they'll go and look at the hashtags and see that content. So it's a way of putting topics in by using hashtags, right? It's also a way of, if you use original ones, to see how you get engagement. Like, I want all of you to put hashtag DSA SMD and let us know what you thought about today. I can then search that hashtag and see all the comments. Okay, so that's hashtags. Keywords is a little bit newer. In fact, I have an exercise for you in the workbook. Don't forget to download the workbook and print it out. A lot of great resources. Frazer has a gift in there for you. Everybody that has spoken today has special offers, cheat sheets, very good things for you. But keywords I put in the workbook. Keywords is a great way to build your own personal brand. So in the workbook, I say, go establish what are the 10 keywords of your business. All right. They should be unique to you. They should include your passions, your community, what you love, why you do what you do. They're your unique set of keywords. And then if you start using keywords in your about section, your bio, your posts, the algorithm is going to show your content to people who share those same interests. It's kind of like how search works with Google. You'll go in and click on something and want to search recipes. Those aren't hashtags, you're just searching recipes, and you're going to get a slew of results. So a really cool way for the algorithm to start showing your content to people that are kind of share the same sensibilities as you is come up with your top 10 keywords, start integrating them into your content. Mine will be tennis. It has nothing to do with social media training, but I'll always connect easy with somebody who loves tennis like I do. You know what I mean? Or Frazer brought up golf or whatever it is. So in the workbook, go to the section where it says your top keywords, come up with your top 10, your passions, what makes you unique, and start using those in your content and watch your connections grow. All right, just a friendly tip. Let's roll into one of my favorite people in the world. She too is coming from the future. Her name is Sam Hind. She is the founder of Auxano Global. She hosts one of the biggest and best podcasts called the Direct Selling Accelerator. She specializes in coaching. This is all she does is coaching and training for this industry. She has a great reputation and delivers amazing content. She too is I've got to say, I mean, we've spent a lot of personal time together with our families, and we've grown very, very close. We share the same sensibilities. So it is my great, great, great pleasure to introduce to you Sam Hind.
Hello, everybody. And yes, I know Frazer and Scott just stole my kickoff line. I thought I was being very clever by telling you all I am joining you from the future. As you probably got from the accent, I'm joining you from Australia, but not just Australia, the littlest island down the bottom of Australia. I'm from Tasmania. It is 4 a.m. here. It is bright and early on Tuesday morning. So I'm even further into the future. So I can tell you, Monday night goes well. The event goes off beautifully as you all are enjoying this incredible event. So thank you so much, Scott, and the amazing team from Multibrain, also for the DSA for putting on this incredible event today and for including me in the event. I'm so super excited to share with you today a little around relationship building to grow your direct selling business on social media. But we're going to do a little bit of a deep dive in this space. And I love what some of our previous presenters have shared around this. And I'm going to help pull all of this together for you all today. So I'm so excited for what's in store for you all. But just really, really quickly, I know many of you I haven't met before. And so, I was just listening to Frazer's story and just reminded of how similar, his beginning was, but mine has a little bit of a twist to it. So I thought I'm just going to quickly share with you why it is that I do what I do every day, which is to share strategies in the direct selling industry to grow our businesses through relationship building on social media. Why do I only work with this industry? I could teach social media to anybody in any business. Why pick this industry? Well, this industry holds a very, very special place in my heart. I'm not going to go into the full story today. I love to share this when I keynote at events, but I'm just going to give you a little bit of an insight into that background, because whilst Frazer's story is, their family got into network marketing because of financial challenges and trying to change that. For me, I actually grew up in a household where it was literally just me and my dad. I grew up alone with my dad. And he was a business owner, but he was one of those constantly struggling business owners, always on struggle street, always on the verge of bankruptcy, never able to make ends meet. And I actually entered into this industry out of necessity in order to help to relieve some of that financial pressure in my home. So it was actually me that stepped into this industry at the age of 14 years old. I started my very first ever direct selling business. And it goes without saying, this industry literally changed the trajectory of my life in so many more ways than I could have ever imagined. By the time I was 16 years old, I was one of the top 10 distributors in Australia in the company that I was with. I was earning more income than my dad, and earning an income really that 16-year-olds could only ever dream of. But I had received and achieved so much more than that. I was in an industry where suddenly I had a sense of hope, a sense of possibility. I was learning things I could have never learned through any other job, any other opportunity. And most importantly, I got to see what the incredible community of this industry really, truly does. It also showed me that we already have everything that we need within us right now to achieve incredible things. I learned that knowledge doesn't come from smarts, and wisdom doesn't come from smarts, but it simply comes from getting out of your comfort zone and getting comfortable with being uncomfortable. In other words, embracing failure. And I loved what Frazer just said about getting messy. One of the amazing things about this industry is it's okay. We're surrounded by so many other people around us who are all on this same journey. And it's like a big, giant family. Confidence also comes from within. And one of the things that I want to talk to you about today, one of the things I learned in those early days in the industry when I very first started out in my career, is that successful businesses don't come from, again, our knowledge. They don't come from, our background. They don't come from, how clever we are. They come from the relationships that we build and invest in. Our network is our net worth. And, I really want to encourage you today that if there's anything that I can leave you with, anything that everyone here can leave you with today, it is that relationships are one of the most powerful things that you can invest in order to grow your amazing business right now. And can I just say, never before have we had an opportunity as amazing as the opportunity that we have right now. We literally have the world at our fingertips. Never before have we been able to reach people on a global level. In fact, we're able to reach people right now we should never have had the right or been able to connect with. And here we sit. I'm speaking with you guys in all sorts of places all across the globe, from little old Tasmania, Australia, and I'm getting to help you grow your business, and you can have a very similar impact as well. My husband Greg and I run our company Auxano. We do work now exclusively in this space because I wanted to be able to give back to the industry that has given me so much. And like so many of the others that have shared today, I am so insanely passionate about what this industry is, what it stands for, and what it's got ahead of it in the future. I'm going to share with you today some ways to add unprecedented value, to connect more than you communicate. And I want to show you how to build trust on social media. We've had the opportunity just over the last couple of years alone to be able to reach over 172,000 direct sellers globally with our trainings, keynotes, courses, etc. And I'm going to share with you some of the time-tested strategies that have worked for so many of those people. In addition to all of this, I am also a mum. Yes, I've got 4 beautiful kids, 5 if you include my husband, Greg. And, one of the things that also makes this really beautiful is that I love the fact that through what we get to do today, we get to travel the globe, bringing our kids with us from time to time. As Scott mentioned, we had the opportunity to bring them over to Dallas recently to meet Scott and his family as well. And, these little guys get to see the impact that Greg and I get to have every day. But you know what's even more important to me than that? What's even more powerful than that is they get to see the impact that you have. I really truly believe in the ripple effect. I believe that each and every one of you is having a significant impact right now, even if you don't see it, even if you don't understand what that impact is. But on every single customer that you serve, on every team member that you work with, on your family, on your friends, each and every one of those people every day, you are having an impact on and a ripple effect on. And I just want to remind you that by you simply stepping up and being all that you can be, you're impacting lives by simply showing up. So if I can achieve one thing today, my mission would be to breathe a little bit of courage into you to step up and show up. And I'm going to talk to you about how to do that, yes, on social media, but I want to remind you of something important here. This is a relationship industry. Might have heard the term, it's a belly-to-belly industry. Well, it's changed a little over the years. But the thing I want you to remember here for a little moment, social media isn't the be-all and end-all. It's not about using social media 100% of the time to grow your business. But it is about using this incredible tool for what it was intended for, to connect, to nurture, to relate, and to reach people you otherwise wouldn't have the opportunity to reach. So as we go into this, I want to really quickly talk to you about 4 key fears that I believe that truly get in our way and hold us back. Now, why am I going all negative Nancy on us here? Well, I think it's really important first that we address what is getting in our way. Like I said, we've trained hundreds of thousands of direct sellers, over the years that we've been in this business, and we hear the same 4 issues coming up again and again and again. When people tell us they're not showing up, you've heard some of the other speakers mention some of these today. These 4 things keep coming up. I know for many of you listening right now, you are probably experiencing one, if not all of these 4 challenges. But I want to bring them up because the first step here is recognizing them, understanding what they are, and knowing how to overcome them so you can grow the business of your dreams. So let's have a little bit of a look at what the first of these fears are that get in our way and hold us back from being successful on social media. The first one is this. Have you ever had a fear of pestering and hounding family and friends? I have no doubt that many of you have. In fact, I know that many people don't even step into this industry for a long time because they're worried that this is the only way to grow their business. Now, while your existing network is a powerful way to grow your business, there's a way to do it. There's an appropriate way to do it. But we also want to be reaching people outside of that network, because eventually we're going to exhaust it, right? So the question for a lot of people is, how do I reach people I don't yet know? How do I get outside of my family and friends? And this is the magic of the tool that you have at your fingertips right now. The next is this. Who's ever felt a little bit like social media seems like it can be a little bit of a waste of time? I'm wasting my time and getting no results. I'm doing what everyone's told me to do. I'm posting. I'm doing the stuff that, I've been told to put out there. I'm playing with reels or I'm playing with stories. And for whatever reason, it's not working. And I feel like I'm wasting my time and we just give up. Well, again, this is a really common fear and it definitely gets in the way, but I'm going to give you some tools with this one today. The next one is this. This has always been a big one for me. Again, we all get challenged by these things from time to time, but if I've got any fellow perfectionists in the room right now, the fear of failure can be a big challenge. What if I get it wrong? Again, you heard Frazer talking about getting messy. What if I get it wrong? Maybe I'll just wait till I get it right. And then there is comparison. That looks a little bit like comparing your journey with somebody else's journey. Looking at someone else and thinking, they look better on camera than I do. They're better at using these tools than I am. They're more tech savvy than me. They know how to speak about the product better than I do. And so we start comparing ourselves to other people, and we end up doing one of two things. The first thing that we do is we start mimicking other people. We start copying what other people do, thinking I need to be more like them and less like me in order to be successful in this industry. Or we do the second thing, which is nothing. We just sit back and do nothing. And of course, our business likewise does nothing. The last fear is probably the most common of all of these. And I think this is one that we have to be really aware of all the time because it can completely stop us in our tracks, and that is overwhelm. Let's face it, there are a lot of platforms out there. Just today alone, you've been gifted so much incredible knowledge. You've all of these tips and tricks that have been given to you. And you might be sitting there now going, what next? What do I need to do with all of this? What does all of this mean for me? And you might be feeling overwhelmed, or, you might be like vast majority of the people probably watching Social Media Day right now, which if any of you are my age or older, I'm in my mid to late 30s, probably closer to the late end. And I know many of you right now, like me, did not learn technology at school. Now, technology for me was a subject that was actually woodwork and metalwork. That's what they called technology when I was in high school. We had one computer for our whole year level. So when it came to technology that we know today, social media, all of these things that we're using, we had to self-teach. And I think most of you probably haven't given yourselves the credit for the fact that you are probably 100%, if not close to, self-taught. But yet you got onto this training. You've got probably a smartphone within arm's reach of you right now that you know how to use. No problems at all. Who taught you that? Did you go to a lesson? Did you do a class? Heck no. You learned how to use that yourself. So I just want to start by saying there is nothing you can't learn right now. You 100% have everything around you that you need in order to master social media, because there is one thing that makes your business unique. There's one thing that makes your business different. And it's the only thing you have to learn how to showcase. It's you. You are the one thing that people are waiting for to show up. We'll talk a little bit more as we go through. But can I just say, nobody felt comfortable the first time they went live. Nobody. Anyone that did, I want to have a talk to you, but no one felt comfortable the first time they went live. So just remember that growth and success comes from stepping into the unknown. And, a very, very wise, very special person once shared with me when I first stepped into this business, if you're going to be successful at any business, you've got to get comfortable with getting uncomfortable. And it couldn't have been truer. It's something I remind myself of literally every single day. So I just want to remind you, these fears are not new things. These are fears that, if I'm doing a keynote or a presentation at an event in person, as I go through these, I ask people to stand up. And by the time I get to the last one, we've usually got 99% of the room standing. And it's just a reminder, we're not alone in this. We're not alone in the challenges we all face. Whether we're brand new at social media or super experienced, we all, experience many of these challenges. Now, I also want to just mention one other very important thing here right now as we go into some strategies and tips that I'm going to use to kind of summarize a bit of what was talked about today and, arm you ready to step into your business and take it to the next level. There's one very important thing you've got to remember, and that is knowledge isn't power. I know we've all heard that many times, but I disagree. Knowledge is not power. It's only potential power. It's not until we choose to pick the tools up and do something with the knowledge imparted on us that we get the growth and the benefit from that. So I'm going to encourage you to do something today. You've probably taken a ton of notes. If you're anything like me, when you do any kind of a learning experience, you take a ton of notes. But I want to encourage you, take 1, 2, or 3 things from those notes today and commit to implementing those things in your business in the next 24 to 48 hours. Because it is only the tools that we pick up that we are going to get the benefit from. And so think to yourself, what for me makes the most sense? Now, I also want to arm you with a piece of knowledge that's going to help you make wise decisions as you move forward. There are a lot of people out there that will tell you what to do on social media, what works, what doesn't work. And I want you to be able to make some good choices around this. You've heard a number of people today talk about the algorithm. And I very quickly want to explain this to you in super simple terms so you understand why not everything you put out there right now is getting seen and how do we change that. So in order to understand that, we need to know what's going on behind the scenes. But I'm going to talk about this in layman's terms because that's how I like things explained to me. So to give you a bit of an idea, back in 2009, roughly, Facebook recognized that its platform was becoming a very busy place. You see, at that time, and you might remember it, businesses had cottoned onto the fact that they had a captive audience on this platform, and they actively began promoting their products, services, and business opportunities to anyone and everyone that would listen. This was before the days of business pages, and the environment on Facebook got super spammy. People began leaving the platform in droves. And so Facebook thought, you know what, if we're going to keep our platform going, we're going to have to adapt and become smarter. And so it implemented two key things. The first thing it brought into play was business pages to segment the content out. But the second thing it did was it brought into play a program that operates in the background of Facebook. By the way, every social media platform that you use has its own algorithm now. So this is relevant to any platform. But let's just talk about Facebook for a moment. So Facebook implemented the algorithm, a program that operates in the background of the platform. Now, its sole job is to learn everything there is to learn about each and every one of you. Its job is to learn about what websites you go to, who you're friends with, what sort of conversations you're having with those friends, what you do for a living, what your interests are, what your family life looks like, how many kids you have, how old they are, if you've got pets, what car you drive, and even your household income. It takes all of this information and it uses it to deliver you only the content it knows that you want to see, with the intention of keeping you on the platform for longer and more frequently. So to put this into really simple terms, your feed on any social media platform that you go to, including Facebook, is customized to you like a fingerprint. It is made for you and you alone, and there are no two the same. So what does this have to do with you and your business as you're growing it and you're putting content out there? Well, every post you create is getting filtered by this algorithm, by this program, which is deciding who to show it to, where and when. So the secret here is, first of all, understanding what it's looking for. Second of all, using it to your advantage, because when you give the algorithm what it wants, guess what? It does a lot of the heavy lifting for you. So I also want to make this very, very clear. Getting great at this is not about being more technical. That's the great news. You don't have to be really good at technology. You don't have to be tech savvy. You simply have to be more you. That's the secret. So let's have a little bit of a look at what are some of the things that the algorithm is currently looking for. Well, first of all, it's looking for conversational content. Content where healthy conversation is happening, not just comments, but comments on the comments. It's looking for the interaction. By the way, your audience are also looking for healthy interaction. So it's the best thing that we can be doing. And I'll give you some strategies with this in just a moment. The next thing it's looking for, also your customers are looking for this, is real, relatable, and human content, which comes down to something you may have heard before, UGC. I'm just going to tell you that's user-generated content. I think people like to make things sound so much more complex than they really are. But Adam Mosseri, head of Instagram, and Mark Zuckerberg have both confirmed again and again and again, and again in the last 6 months alone, those people who create unique content, user-generated content, will be rewarded. This means posts you create, captions you write, photos you take, reels you make. At the end of the day, the content that you create will be rewarded because it's real, it's relatable, it's you, and most importantly, it's unique. It's one of a kind. The next thing it's looking for, and I'm going to touch on this in a moment, is consistency. We'll come back to that. And last but definitely not least is it's looking for sharing versus selling. Again, Frazer mentioned this earlier. Selling is the worst thing you could possibly do on social media. Not only does the algorithm pick up on that and go, promotional business, this is not relatable, this is not human, this is not real. But the other problem is that your audience generally switches off too, because we are so programmed for the sell. So share versus sell. Remember, people buy from those that they like, know, and trust. They're buying from you not because of the product or the company. While that may be incredible, they're buying from you because they care about what you do. They care about what you care about. They care about what you're passionate about. And so when you share those things, when you share your personality, when they feel a connection and an affinity to you, they are more likely to care about what you do, what you use, the business that you're in. Now, let's come back to consistency for a moment, because this for me is probably one of the most important parts of this process, and also the thing I believe most people get wrong. Now, Scott said earlier that there's an analogy that I was going to share today. Now, I love a good analogy. I love a good story and I love a good analogy. Today, I'm going to share with you one of my favorite analogies to highlight the importance of consistency and showing up. But I need to just explain, this analogy initially started as a bit of a word vomit. Greg and I were in the middle of doing a training and I had a bunch of people complaining, Sam and Greg, we've done all of the things people have told us to do, and I had a particular person that showed up and said, I posted for 7 days straight and nothing happened. So no one interacted. And so I thought this is a waste of time. And so I stopped. And I went, are you kidding me? Just because they're not interacting doesn't mean they're not watching. And she said, I don't know what you're talking about. And this analogy kind of just vomited out of my mouth in words. And Greg looked at me and went, what are you talking about? But by the time I got to the end of it, everyone had this aha moment. And so I'm hoping you can also have an aha moment today. So let me explain this to you. The way I see this in my head is it's a little bit like being in a clearing in a forest. So I want you to imagine for a moment, you're standing in a clearing and surrounding you is a circle of trees. Now, you can see the first row of trees, but because the forest is so thick, you can't see beyond that. Now, you know that the likelihood is behind those trees, there are some animals out there in that forest. You're aware you can't see them, but you're standing in the clearing, so they can see you. Now, I want you to just imagine this for a moment. You're standing in the clearing, thick trees all surrounding you. You can't see much past those trees. You know there's some animals out there. Imagine for a moment that your favorite animal is out there and you would love nothing more than to attract that animal into the clearing and to come and eat some food out of your hands. You might want to pat the animal. That's how we say it in Australia. I think in America you say pet. You want to pat the animal. And so let's just say, for argument's sake, every time I do this presentation, people throw all sorts of animals at me. We're going to go with a deer today. So let's just say you want to attract a deer out of the trees to eat out of your hand. We know that in order to do that, there's a few things you need to do first. First thing we know is that deer right now does not know if we're trustworthy. Now, I'm going to call a spade right now. And sadly, this industry has developed a bit of a bad rap over the years. People often stereotype this industry and wonder, if I come forward, am I going to get bombarded? What's going to happen? Now, many of your potential customers right now are really interested in what you do. They're really interested in your product, but they're waiting to see first how safe you are. So it's a little bit like those animals behind the trees right now, that deer going, are they safe, aren't they? So there's a few things you need to do in order to attract that deer. But I'm going to tell you what the 4 most common mistakes I see people making. The first mistake I see people making is they stand in that clearing, they want the deer to come out from the trees, and they're holding a steak. They've got the wrong food in their hands. In other words, they're delivering the wrong content to their audience. They haven't tailored it for their audience. So you're not going to attract a deer with a steak, and you're probably not going to attract a lion or a tiger with some grain or some grass in your hand. So you need to have the right food to start with. The second mistake I see people making is that they see a deer there or an animal coming, and they throw the food into the trees. This looks a little bit like this. Hey everybody, I've got a product I want to share with you. This is an amazing product. I love it. It's the best thing ever. We've got a very special deal on right now. Here are all of the ingredients that are in it. Here is everything that it does and all of its benefits. Really special deal. This is the price. And just to make it really easy so you can buy the product right now, I'm going to give you the link so you can go to my online store. That is what we call giving the farm away or throwing the food into the trees. That animal no longer has any reason to come into that clearing and connect with you. You've got to give people a reason to connect with you. This is a relationship business at the end of the day. If you tell them everything they need to know and give them everything they need, they've got nothing left to connect with you over. So that's the second thing I see people doing. The third one looks a little bit like this. Let's just say you've got the interest of the deer. You've got it sticking its nose out from the trees. Maybe it's taken a little step forward. It's curious now. It wants to know what else you've got. And as you see it stick its nose out from the trees, you do this. Hey, I've got one. Come here. Let me show you more. I want to talk to you. Come here. I've got some food. Come here. And you chase it into the trees. Now, we've all seen somebody do this in this industry, but what's going to happen? That deer is going to run for the hills. It's never coming back to that clearing, and it's going to tell all of its deer friends, no matter what, don't go into that clearing. It's not safe. The last thing that I see people doing really wrong in this space is they leave the clearing. They think, no one's watching, no one's paying any attention, no animal has come into the clearing yet. And so after 5-7 days, they walk away, they leave. And guess what? The animal loses its interest and it also walks away. Now, I know it's a bit weird to compare humans to animals right now, but I do want to do something here and I want you to understand this and really get clear on this. Social media is a powerful way for you to seed, to create trust, to build the relationship. But at the end of the day, you've got to show up. Just because people aren't interacting with you does not mean that they're not watching. So stay in that clearing, build the relationship, create curiosity and intrigue, and have, of course, the right food in your hands. I hope that this makes a little bit of sense. As we go forward, I'm going to share with you some strategies right now, some posting content strategies, but I want to just, again, use another little, I guess a word picture here. And I want you to think about this a little bit like creating your own recipe. There's no one way to show up on social media. Yep, there are best practices for sure. And you've had many of those shared today. But the thing is that the one thing that makes your business unique is you. And that is exactly my point. You are unique and your target audience is also unique to you. And so one of the things that we all need to do is create our own social media recipe. Now, in that recipe, you're going to have some ingredients that are necessary. You know, my husband, Greg, is gluten and dairy intolerant. And so, imagine for a moment I wanted to create for him a gluten-free, dairy-free brownie recipe. I say this because he'd love very much for me to create for him a gluten-free, dairy-free brownie recipe. But I know there are some ingredients I'm going to need to incorporate into that recipe. I'm going to need to have a flour component of some sort. I'm going to need to have some eggs and maybe a sweetener of some sort. But at the end of the day, what that sweetener is, what that flour component is, maybe even the method I use to apply those things can differ. So think about it this way. Your ingredients, yes, they're going to need some staples, but you're going to need to adjust those ingredients, apply them at different times in different amounts using different methods to work for your audience. And that's the thing we have to keep in mind. Who are we serving the end product to? What is our audience like? When Greg tastes that brownie that I try for the first time, which by the way is probably going to be a little messy. It's probably not going to be perfect. I'm not going to get it right first go. Greg tastes that brownie for the first time. He's going to come back and say, it wasn't sweet enough, or, it was a bit dense. And that's my opportunity, of course, to make some adjustments, to tweak it. I've got to listen to what my audience is saying to me, pay attention to how they're interacting, and then change up that recipe. And we only get it right by getting it wrong. But one of the core, most important things that we've all got to be doing is inserting our personality. Take your own photos, write your own captions, and authentically be you. I want to give you 3 key steps here right now. Three of the things that we all want is we want to attract new people to our business, we want to convert more people, and we want to retain people. So I want to cover off on those things, 3 things very quickly with you. The first of those is attracting people and meeting them first. So how do we meet new people? How do we meet people outside of our existing network? How do we attract people in our own network that might be interested in what we're doing? In other words, how do we get that deer to stick its nose out from behind the trees and show that it might just be interested? Well, the first thing we have to do is to create content on social media they can't ignore. But there's a core step here. There is something we must do first, and that is this. We've got to get to know who we're talking to. Who is your tribe? You know, that algorithm is looking for quality content to deliver to the right people. That algorithm knows everything about you. It knows everything about your audience. So how are we going to get it to deliver content to our ideal people if we don't know who they are? And keep this in mind. If you're trying to attract every animal from behind those trees, every animal from the forest, you're going to fail miserably. Because when you speak to everyone, you speak to no one. So I'm going to give you, I can't go through all, I could do a whole training just on this one exercise right here. But I want to leave you with 2 things. I want you to always be asking yourself about your ideal customer. This could be your existing customers. It could be future customers. It could be existing team. It could be people that you dream of attracting to your business. But always be asking these 2 golden questions. You ready? Question number 1 is this. What keeps them up at night? This essentially means what bothers them, what challenges them, what frustrates them, what problems in life does my audience want to solve? Now, notice I did not say what problem can you solve. This isn't about you solving their problems. It's about you resonating and connecting with them and understanding what those problems are. And in many cases, you're going to share some similar challenges in life as well. And that's where you resonate, connect, and relate with them. Going back to Greg and his gluten and dairy intolerance, he's not looking for someone to solve that problem. He's looking for people that understand that problem, that connect with him over that problem, that can share with him recipes and fun solutions and ideas around that, but not necessarily someone to come along and say, I can fix you. So that's number 1. That's golden question number 1. Always be wondering, always be asking what keeps them up at night. The next one is this. What gets them up in the morning? And this essentially means, what do they value? What do they love? What conversations do they want to have? What's important to them? Now, I want to talk to you about 5 quick content strategies that once you've identified these things are going to help you to share quality content with your audience. These are 5 strategies that I believe are 5 critical ingredients in your recipe. Now, these could look like lots of different things, but I want you to incorporate them or at least play with these ingredients and see how they fit for you. The first of these is engagement posts. Engagement posts is simply an invitation for people to connect and interact with you, to engage with you. So the first thing is incorporate into your recipe an opportunity for people to connect. Engagement posts do 3 key things, and I believe they truly get overlooked. Yes, they build engagement, and engagement in turn builds reach. Yes, that's a thing. But that's not the core reason I encourage you to do this piece of content. The core reason are for the other 2 reasons, which is number 1, it will help you learn about your audience. If you're asking right now, who's my tribe? What do I need to know about them? These sorts of cleverly crafted questions are going to help you learn about them. But last, definitely not least, it's also going to help you create meaningful conversation. It's going to help you start the conversation to relate, to interact, because it's 2-way, not 1-way. I've just got up on the screen here. You can take a little screenshot or a little photograph of this if you like. Some engagement question starters just to get you going, because there are so many different versions of this that you can do. Now, the next one is be human and story sharing, not storytelling, story sharing. Now, you all have micro moments, things that happen in your life. And Frazer said this so beautifully when he explained the importance of sharing the truth of who you are. Now, this doesn't mean you have to overshare and tell everybody about all of the things that go on in your life, but you have micro stories that happen every day that would help you relate with your audience. You know, I know that my target audience, you guys, many of you are parents just like me. And so one of the things I'll often share in between is a little bit about what goes on behind the scenes for me. You know, my kids overtook my camera one day, and I came into the office and I found this hilarious video that they'd done using my studio. It took me months to find it. And, you know, I popped it up on our Facebook and our Instagram, and everyone loved it because it was just so real, so funny, and so relatable. You know, Frazer shared a few weeks ago a picture of him up on stage with his little baby girl, and he shared a story about how this was a dream for him, something he'd pictured being able to do. And here he was with his little daughter up on stage about to present at an event. You know, these things don't seem like much, but suddenly it creates a human element. About 2 years ago, my youngest Levi, he was 8 at the time, and I asked him to go lay his clothes out. I said, Levi, go lay your clothes out. You know, I'm busy getting dinner. And a few minutes later, he comes running in and, Mum, come and look at what I've done. He was so proud of himself. He grabbed my hand and he dragged me into his bedroom and he showed me this. He had laid out a human made out of clothes, right? With the underwear on the top, just so I know he was planning to wear them. Yes, mums of girls right now, it is an issue for mums of boys, making sure they wear underwear at all times. So he shows me this little human he's laid out, so proud. And I thought, do you know, one of the things I know about my audience is that they have kids that do crazy, quirky things too. I want to share this. I put it up on social media and I made it engaging. In other words, two-way and social. And I asked the question, do your kids have any funny quirks? You know, what are some of your stories, or what are some of the words that they say in a funny way? And the post went viral. It went viral because I had asked others to interact and I'd shown them a little bit into my world as well. You know, our stories sometimes can be hard to share. They can feel self-indulgent, but we don't build relationships with people by only sharing our knowledge. We don't do this in real life. We don't build relationships by only talking about our business. We do it by sharing a piece of who we are and getting to know a piece of them as well. The next piece of content, I'm racing through here because I know we've really got to wrap up, but the next one is curiosity and intrigue. You need to give them a reason to come forward. And one of the things I would say here that's really, really important is know what they want and then almost give it to them. Don't tell them everything they need to know. In other words, don't give away the farm. Keep it fun, keep it curious, leave a little bit to the unknown and have them coming forward to ask a little bit more. I've got so many cool stories and examples of this I can't go into today, but you know, if we ever get to meet again, I'm sure I'll get to share a few of those with you. But another way that you can do this, and another screen that you can take a little photo of, is hooks. Use hooks to get their attention. Create clever captions that they can't ignore, that suck them in, that make them go, oh, what's going on here? Less on social media is often much, much more. Remember, don't give the farm away. Know what your audience wants, then almost give it to them. Fourth is lead magnets. Now, this one is one of the most powerful strategies you will ever use. This is providing a piece of value for your audience in exchange for an engagement or an interaction. Now, I have gifted you in your workbooks, that downloadable workbook that's been provided for you today, a lead magnet cheat sheet. Seriously, this is one of the most powerful strategies you can implement on social media right now to be always attracting new leads, new potential connections, and building on those connections in your business. Now, in that cheat sheet, I've provided you with 25 lead magnet examples you could create right now. I've given you some tips on how to use them, and there's a little QR code there that you can scan where I've recorded a video telling you how to use this strategy and this particular cheat sheet. So make sure that you grab that after the session today. Now, I'm not going to spend very long on this one because it's already been covered in depth, but all types of video content. That includes reels and stories, which is your short form. It also includes your long form video. Video of all descriptions right now is the most consumed piece of content on social media, and absolutely without a doubt what you should be incorporating into your recipe. So the first thing was attract people. The second thing is we need to convert people. In other words, we need them to go from the trees to the middle of the clearing where we are right now. And how do we do that? We do it by dating our customers. Now, I mean this in the most appropriate of ways, but we want to date our customers. If you met somebody for the very first time and you thought to yourself, this could be my perfect future partner in life, would you just say to them straight out of the blue, hey, how are you? Will you marry me? No, I sure hope not. And if you did, I reckon there'd be a human-shaped hole in the nearest wall. But this is how most of us, many of us, show up on social media. Hi, how are you? Will you buy from me? Hi, how are you? Will you book from me? Book with me? Hi, how are you? Will you join my business? We haven't earned the right to do that yet. So remember, to date our audience, we need to provide value. We need to make it about them as much as it is about us. We need to interact. Don't post and ghost. Interact with them and stay consistent. I've already mentioned it, but it's worth mentioning again because it's so, so important. Stay consistent. You wouldn't go on one date and wait 12 months and go on next one, would you? And remember this key thing here. Your customer's favorite subject is in fact themselves, and every human's favorite word in their vocabulary is their own name. The last but not the least is connecting. And in other words, how do we keep our customers? How do we retain our business? Well, one of the questions I get asked a lot is, how do I take the conversations offline? How do I have an appropriate conversation with people and build that relationship? Well, I've got a second gift for you in that workbook. And that is some scripts to start a conversation. I've given you some of my favorite ways to have a conversation with someone you've never met, someone that you've started to meet, a past person that maybe you haven't spoken to in a long time, or a customer that maybe has fallen off the tracks a little. This is a really great little download. It's going to help you. It's going to give you some insight into how to appropriately have those conversations. And again, I've included a little video giving you some more steps in that space to help you with that journey. But I want to remind you of this. No matter what you do, the most important thing that you need to remember is we've got to put the social back into social media. This is two-way conversation. And get a little bit messy. Be present over being perfect. Show up. Your audience are waiting for the imperfect, which is in fact the perfect version of you. And one of my very favorite quotes from the amazing Zig Ziglar, you don't have to be great to start, but you do have to start to be great. The question I have for you all today is as simple as this. Who's going to pick up those tools? You've been imparted with so much incredible wisdom and knowledge today, but it's only those of you that use that incredible knowledge that are going to get the growth in your businesses. So my only question to you right now is, what are you going to do next? Thank you so much, everybody, for having me. Thank you to the amazing team at Multibrain and Scott. It's so awesome to be here with you guys bright and early this morning. Again, thank you to the DSA. I'm going to hand back over to the amazing Scott Kramer right now.
No, I'm here with you.
You're here. Hello.
It's so good, so good, so good. My favorite analogy of all time, it has to be the forest, the clearing in the forest. I love that story. I'm gonna take it one day. I just never tell it the way you do. But fantastic.
It changes every time I tell it.
It's kind of amazing how I love that you brought the let's get messy in from Frazer's to your. I mean, everybody has done such an amazing job of weaving this all together. You would think we would have rehearsed like for days and days on this thing, but what a wonderful day it's been. Sam, if you're okay with it, I have a surprise for everybody. I kind of want to bring everybody back up and do kind of a finale, like share your favorite moment and maybe just answer a couple questions that we've had in through DMs and different things. Is that good with you?
Yeah, absolutely.
Hey, Rodney, bring everybody up. Bring up Melissa and Erin and Sharmin and Frazer. All right. Social media day. Here it is. The big finale.
I feel like we're the Brady Bunch here, right?
Right?
Are we doing a musical number? What's happening? Is it a high kick? Tell me more.
What's the song? No, Frazer.
Yeah, we can't go there now. We need the rave music on for that one.
That's right.
Is anybody else shocked at how fast the day went? Oh my gosh. I keep looking. I can't believe it's over almost.
Well, you know what
the
I'd
morning,
like to
as
do?
I was about to start.
Well, to bring this, yeah, right. And I'm going to bed. Frazer's going to bed for sure. You know what I want to do just real quick? We have some questions, but let's just answer. No, what I want to do first is, because Frazer, I know it's getting really late for you. So I want to ask you, and then you can bounce whenever you need to or whenever you want. We are going to take some questions in here. But what I want to ask each and every one of you to chime in on, what is the one takeaway from, if you listen to somebody else or from your own, give me one nugget of wisdom from today that you think everyone should really grasp onto. All right, and Frazer, I'll start with you.
Yeah, no, I think it's maybe not a nugget that I got from everyone, because everyone just crushed it, and it wouldn't be fair to pick a nugget from one person. I think it's the idea of just taking action on one thing. I'm a great believer in it. If you want to climb Mount Everest, you need a vision of what it's going to be like at the top, and you need to move your left foot forward, and then your right foot forward, and then your left foot forward, and then your right foot forward, and that's it, really. So my big nugget for the guys tuning in is actually really finding that one thing that you made a note on and taking action on it before you go to bed tonight. Like, I'm going to take action on some stuff, and I've got 1 hour and 6 minutes before I go to bed, right? Before tomorrow starts. So it's taking action on that one thing that you learn, and don't just, because self-help should never become shelf-help. Don't put your notes on the shelf and forget it. You need to make sure you take action on it, because that's the best way to move forward. So yeah.
I love your one-liners. You are the king of one-liners. Perfect. I love them. They're so good. Well, Frazer, I know it is late for you, so we're going to let you go. I mean, feel free to stay, but I know you got to go on to some other things as well. Thank you again for all your contributions to Social Media Day and being here with us. We had such a blast. I got so many great comments.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys, and you all were just incredible. I've learned so much. So big love to you all, and I'll see you soon.
All right, take care, Frazer. All right, how about you, Dr. Sharmin?
Yes. Thank you so much. It's so nice to be here and to hear all of you speak. It was such a joy. And to talk about my favorite topic, right? Social media. So that was really nice to be amongst all of you. So I think one of the things that I always try to tell people is that idea of the way that we communicate in person and the values that are important to us on that one-to-one basis when we're connecting with, a stranger, meeting someone new. Like I gave the analogy of the party, right? Or, in our business, a friend, a group we meet, whatever it is, just try to take those best practices from your in-person interactions, take those online, right? And not see online as this foreign, strange place that acts completely different. It's the same. It's that, like you were saying, Sam, putting the social back into social media is how can we be ourselves, be our authentic selves online, because that really builds that trust. It builds that community. It builds that credibility. And really fosters engagement so that we can have long-lasting relationships, right? And loyal customers in the end. So I think it's really probably the most important thing I'd like to share.
Love it. Thank you. Erin, how about you? One good takeaway.
That was so beautifully said. I don't want to be an echo chamber, because I think what was interesting is we all sort of, to your point, Scott, we didn't rehearse this with making sure that we were all rowing in the same direction, but there sure were some pretty strong universal through lines with each of our different presentations. And I think what I'm hoping that our attendees today stand up and walk away feeling is that they can authorize themselves to say no to all the social media things. They can authorize themselves to release this pressure to be everywhere at all times, to be everything to all people. To your point earlier, them being not another parroted carbon copy, a less vibrant copy of someone else who has more followers or who has this influential title, but instead really leaning forward and stepping radically into their unique, they're different, they're weird, they're quirky, and just feeling so empowered that that's the microphone and spotlight should be amplifying that element. So I know, for me, I'll never forget a social media expert friend of mine a couple years ago, Ann Hanley. She said something like, you don't have to be everything to everyone, because then you'll be nothing to no one. And in that day, I'll never forget, I took all my social media accounts and I said, I want to play in the sandbox that brings me joy, that brings me energy. I want to really double down and invest in one space that I don't really mind spending time in anyway. So for me, back then anyway, it was Instagram. And so I just released this need to be everywhere. And I put shell profiles on Twitter and Facebook and LinkedIn and YouTube. And I said, hey, thanks for coming by. Come play with me on Instagram. That's where I am. So if you want to hang out, come find me there. And I just released this need to be everywhere. When I doubled down on Instagram and really invested in that community, kind of like going to the same gym versus class pass, right? Like you can't really make those same relationships complaining about the rower and the treadmill at Orange Theory if you're bouncing around to the yoga place and the Pilates place and the spin studio. And it's harder to make real genuine friendships. So releasing the need to be everywhere, authorizing ourselves, it's okay to double down in one space and do it well. And I think just really just feeling free about that, feeling light about it, feeling excited about it.
I love that. I told Frazer this. I decided I don't have to take my professional multi-brain training social media to TikTok to everywhere. I'm using TikTok to be if I weren't doing this, I'd be a Food Network TV star with my own Food Network show. So I'm doing food TikToks and that's it. And if you want to watch, you can. If you don't, that's for me. It doesn't have to be professional.
That's right. And they can feel that joy. They can feel that you're not checking the social media box and phoning it in and contenting for content's sake. They can feel that you have, to use your word earlier, that authentic passion. And at the end of the day, that's what's going to bring them coming back for more. So I love that for you.
Yeah, thank you. I love it. And Dr. Stefanie Boyer just joined us. Thank you for coming on. You took Frazer's slot. That's perfect because he had to go.
Thank you so much for having me. My students are actually in there right now, still taking an exam, 3 of them. So they're on the honor code to make sure.
Amazing.
They're behaving.
Well, we're just going through sharing our one favorite moment from the day, each of us. And then we're going to answer just a couple of quick questions. So to keep this moving, because I just want to keep this about 5 more minutes. Sam, how about you? A takeaway?
Yeah, look, I think it was really beautiful to see, as Erin said, there were just so many messages that were shared consistently across the board. And while there were so many takeaways people could grab, I think the things that stand out and stood out for me was, number one, making sure that we show up. It's just that getting messy. I love what you said about that, Scott, just even with the reels, I've got my hand in there. Oh, well, I'm learning. Yeah. People don't relate to perfect. They don't relate to the perfect version of you. They relate to the journey. They relate to the real version. And, it should be a real weight off many people's shoulders to know that the way you should be showing up is to show up as your imperfect self. And I think everyone's kind of repeated that so beautifully. It's so important. And I just, it reminds me of something that the amazing Mari Smith said. She's been dubbed the queen of Facebook. For those that don't know who Mari Smith is, I know she spoke at Social Media Day, maybe 2 social media days ago. And she says this, social media is moving at lightning speed, but humans haven't changed all that much. And it's really important to remember that at the end of the day, we're relating to humans. And while we have technology and incredible tools at our fingertips, it's not the incredible tools that are going to get us the growth in our business, because it's humans that we're relating to at the end of the day. So just be you. Show up exactly as you are. You are perfect exactly as you are. And, put your hand in front of the camera, do crazy things, have lives where they go sideways. It
was big old bat, and it was bad.
Yeah, I mean, look, you remember the crazy stuff, right? The people that walk behind the Zoom camera, and the people that get changed in the background, and the kids that photobomb, and the stuff that's just not perfect. So
show up as your imperfect self. That's as perfect as you'll ever need to be.
I love it. Stefanie, how about you? Do you have one quick takeaway from today, from the ones you listened to? And
Well, I really love that dichotomy between being your authentic self, but then also utilizing AI tools that can help you to save time. So really taking both of those together and being able to save time and get a great start, or maybe helping you brainstorm so that you're not stuck just spinning your wheels, and then really adding that human touch that we have. I think it's just, that's the future.
I loved that Erin took the human approach to AI. Like she put, I'm talking like you're in third person, not here. You put the, you've got to edit it. You got to tell it to do this. You got to direct. The human has to direct the machine to get exactly what it is you want. I did love that. I got an aha out of that.
Mm-hmm.
How about you, Melissa?
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Oh my gosh, these have all been so great. I would have to say for me, it's that rethinking how you communicate, right? That it's not about you. Because I do think we all start with I hope you're having a good day, right? And you've already lost them because you're starting with the I.
I do.
So it's how you shift to really getting to the point with them and making it about them and what they want to hear, what they need. So I think that is definitely one of my biggest takeaways. I also have to say, I do love you can't be all things to all people. It's so true. And the same things don't work either. You have to have that shift. You just can't keep shouting the same thing over and over again.
Yeah, I love my favorite words of the day. My three favorite I'm sorry, they come from Erin. The I bombs and my bombs. It's just, I'm going to put it on my wall. I bombs and non-Googleables. It just killed me.
Well, and challenge yourself to start your emails and take out all the I's.
Every
right?
one of mine starts with, I hope all is well with you. I'm only going to do it to Erin from now on.
Well, look, we're not bad people. Our intention is to show up warmly and to kick it off. And in a conversation in real life, you would never just dive in. But it's interesting, once you start to exercise the muscle, you realize that if you don't want to sound like everyone else, this quick little shift, the beauty is 99.9% of people are in the first 10 words saying, how are you? Hope you had a good weekend. I wanted to reach out. So if you just change the first sentence, you will already be digitally differentiating yourself from 99.9%. So the bar is low. That's the good news, right?
Good to know. Good to know. Because I told you the first time I met you, I said, God, it's hard to write an email now because I just try to get the U's in there. All right, y'all. One more quick thing and we're out of here because we're a little over time. Thank you, everybody, for being here and being a part of this. My one takeaway is the word I heard the most and the word I love the most, and everybody weaved it in, is consistency. Is being consistent, whether it's just showing up, putting one foot forward, posting every day, whatever. It's just consistently, always knowing your brand. The doctors, I loved how you put it into, just it takes so many times. Well, that can be a consistent strategy as well. So I loved that theme throughout the whole thing. What Rodney and Ian have put together, and by the way, big shout out to the Multibrain team, Rodney, Ian, Angel, Eleanor from DSA, who's helping out as well, who's helped put this whole thing together. We've got Davi, we've got Chris, who built all the sites, Dan the man, Amira, everyone on the team behind the scenes producing this. Thank you guys, every one of you. This was flawless. No big technical glitches. So that's fantastic. What I want to end with, this is going to be quick fire. There's going to be 4 or 5 questions that are going to come across the bottom. Each one of you can choose to dive in or not, but I'm talking 1-sentence answers. Okay, you ready?
Okay.
So here we go. Rodney, you can put the first one up, or Ian. Do I really have to use video to grow? Go.
Yes.
Yes. Absolutely.
Totally.
Yes, you do.
Yes. Video. Doesn't everyone love to watch a short video?
Yeah.
Super engaging.
What I've always said is if you don't like the way you look on video, turn the camera around and show what you see.
Oh, I love that.
That's good. Whoa, mic drop.
All right, next question. How much is too much outreach?
Oh,
I would say outreach that is not on par with the person. Any of that.
Who else?
I would have said anything that's not appropriate. It needs to be appropriate outreach.
Okay, appropriate outreach. Anyone? All right, next one. How do we know if our contacts want to engage? Oh, this is so good. How do we know if our contacts want to engage?
They respond on social.
They download your lead magnet.
They
They
like
engage
the
with you at
content.
any point in the customer journey. Sorry.
I was going to say, they engage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
If they're
Yeah.
not engaging, they don't want to engage. All right, one more. How can I find engaging questions to ask?
Ask ChatGPT.
Right? Ask Chat.
Use those keywords and put them into each social platform. It's also a big search engine.
Right? Any search engine, you put that topic in and it'll list all the most popular questions people are asking.
I love that. I saw that in a training once where it was, if you're in such and such a business, go in and your product has this to say, what are the top most requested questions on this topic? And you get a whole list of them.
Well, and
Yeah,
I
just
loved, was it
Google will give you
Erin?
that.
Was it Erin that said, make sure you're figuring out what they care about? That I love that. So true, right? You don't want to ask them something if they don't play tennis, right?
Right. And
Well, that's like
everyone-
what
so
Sam
you
said.
have-
I'm sorry. Sam said, you don't take a steak in for so you gotta know. Go ahead, Erin.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Erin.
Go ahead.
I was going to say it's really funny because we actually created a cheat sheet on this and I nearly provided it in the workbook. So we've actually created a whole lot of engagement questions. So maybe let me know how we can get this to people and we can just give you like 100 engagement questions we've already put together. But for me, this would be about what do you want to know about your audience and what are some of the common conversations you're already having? You already have a lot of those questions in your head. So just think about what do those conversations look like and be real. It's just ask human questions.
Right.
Yep. Yep.
Go
And
ahead.
I also would just add to that, ask human questions that aren't typically asked, because what we're trying to do is interrupt those patterns, right? We're trying to interrupt predictable patterns. So for example, my rule of thumb at a cocktail party or a networking event is I refuse to ask anyone, what do you do for work? I refuse to ask that question because I sound like every other human in that room. So to take the lens and think to yourself, what is a different take on this? So what I ask people is, when you aren't working and money doesn't matter, where are you?
Yeah, that's a good one.
And so
Wow, I love
thinking
that
through,
one.
like, what is another version of, instead of saying like, so, tell us more about your biggest customer problem. It looks like one of your customer problems might be that, but could it be this instead? Or is it more this? Like, don't be afraid to have them even push back strong and say, oh, no. Because at least you're eliciting an emotional response. At least you're eliciting a tell me more moment. And so I think most asked questions are fantastic. I think radically real human questions are fantastic. But just taking like 0.01 seconds to think to yourself, what is a little funky, weird, different twist? Just a scotch of a lens click. That if I pose it in this way, they're going to remember me or answer me as opposed to everyone else that's sort of doing the carbon copy parrot performance.
Can I
And
add one more?
oh, sorry.
Go
Yeah.
ahead.
So one more is just asking why. If they say something to you, why is that important to you? Why did you do that? Right? So just a follow-up question to something that they said is incredibly engaging.
Yeah. And just make sure they're really easy to answer as well. Remember, on social media, you've got like 3 seconds to get someone's attention. Asking a question like, why do you love your mum? Is, someone could write an essay about that. So think about how you could reword what you're saying to make it really easy to answer. Use one word to describe your mum. It would be a way to do that lens click that Erin was talking about, and in my way of not necessarily making it more interesting, but making it easier for people to answer really quickly on the fly. Just remember, it's social media, it's fast paced. So don't make your questions really difficult for people to answer.
Okay, last
That's
question.
a great point, Sam. That's a great point because there are not enough characters in Twitter to deal with mom issues. I think that is a great point.
All right, the last question, and everyone's literally one word answers or a couple of words, and we're out of here. Ready? When you aren't working and money doesn't matter, where are you? Go.
With my family.
Camping.
Doctors, answer.
Eating.
Eating.
The doctors are eating. You're where, Melissa?
In the pool.
In the pool.
Nice.
Sam,
Nice.
I'm camping.
you're camping. And where are you, Erin? You're with family.
Family. Cocktail, mom and dad, good tunes, just hanging. Yeah.
I'm at the pool overlooking the ocean.
Wow.
Ooh,
You
Nice.
take it up a notch for
You
me,
win.
Scott.
Scott wins. Good
That's a
job,
one-over.
Scott. You win.
I was going to say it before Melissa said pool because I want the ocean view.
Too funny.
You guys have
Well,
been amazing.
I have to say a huge thank you to all of you on behalf of all of us in the direct selling industry. Thank you all for your wonderful content today, Scott and the Multi-Brain team. Thank you all for the amazing technology and helping us bring this to life. So can't thank you all enough. I think that everyone's really probably enjoyed this day as much as we all have, right? Or more.
Thank you so much. Thanks for the
Thanks,
opportunity.
everybody.
And thanks to all of you. You guys have a great rest of your
Thank
day.
you so much.
Thank you.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.